know it's about to get funny. I can tell you, I listened to one of the funniest shows that I've listened to in a long time on YouTube. So I'm going to sit here for a moment and make some notes for what I have planned for today. I just have a few more things I wanted to write down. I'm not seeing anybody show up. Maybe this. Okay, somebody is here. Okay, so I just have two things I have to write down that I want to get done today. One of them is to paint the cement mixer. If I can get to that, that has to be done at the end of the day. The painting jobs, the paint I work with. Now we're going to talk about we're going to talk about the MJ DeFlipper show, who I give him like 2 thumbs up for that show. Ed Lippert was on the MJ DeFlipper show. He's such a nice guy, Ed Lippert. I gotta tell you, I really like Ed Lippert. But also, MJ DeFlipper had a guest on named Popeye, who I haven't seen in a long time. Susan Donahue. Can't forget the cement mixer. Now, the cement mixer is going to be the hurdy-gurdy of the job. I don't know that I'm going to name it the hurdy-gurdy, but I remember a cement mixer. We had one as a child. It was like a quarter bag cement mixer. It built a huge house. A huge house it built. Just one or two shovels at a time. So each day I'm going to start teaching people Popeye from Popeye, who used to make the funny videos. And they, between Popeye, okay, stop saying stupid shit. Popeye fried chicken. Come on, let's be fucking realistic here. Okay? Popeye was a blogger that used to make videos. Okay? So if you want to come on here and just say stupid shit so I read your comments, go away. Go someplace else. If you want to have an intelligent conversation, you can stay. But it's not funny. Popeye chicken, Popeye this, Popeye that. You'll grow the fuck up, okay? So the cement mixer that I had as a child was one of my uncles, who was a builder, and I would be the one to mix the cement and bring him the buckets of the cement and the mortar. And okay, Susan, we're trying to keep this a real thing. I mean, if you wanna have a real conversation, then you got to keep it like in the boundaries of reality. Popeye the blogger, and then you say Popeye chicken. Come on, that's not real. But we're going to talk about some real stuff and some unreal shit that I've heard in the last 10 days, which is bizarre okay, thank you, Susan Donahue. Which is, it's bizarre. It's like Bizarro World. It's like there's a guy on YouTube that lives in a whole different fucking universe. And we're going to talk about him momentarily. I just want to put down the second thing I want to do at the end of the day is paint the cement mixer and paint the stanchions for the 1908 wheelbarrow, because they have to be painted with red lead. Now you got to paint the paints I use for the metal are not any of these newer latex paints that you can supposed to paint metal with a latex paint. That is total bullshit. You cannot paint metal. I don't care. I've seen every new imaginable type of latex paint that is supposed to paint metal. It's just not possible. It paints metal, and I guess if the metal was inside a house out of the weather in a dry environment, the paint would not only stick, but it would be preventative from rust. But there is no paint that I know of, latex-based, that paints bare metal, and no paint, latex paint, that I know of that I would put on as a second or third coat over metal that sits outside. So the reason I painted yesterday, starting at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, is because I was using an actual real lead-based paint called red lead. And that has a drying agent in the paint that lets the paint set or gum up within about, well, outside it was in the shade, but it was warm out, 15 minutes, and you could put another coat over it. That's called a coat, 1.5 coats, a coat and a half. A painter would know what that term is, but a layman would probably have never heard of a coat and a half. So how that works, and you could do that on wood or metal or anything you're painting, sheetrock. Typically a painter will put a coat and a half on, and if they use a good coat of paint, a house painter, a coat and a half might cover if it's white, if it's a white base. So because you have your spackling joints, which are white, you have your sheetrock, which is white. So they'll put a heavy first coat on to go right into everything, and you're going to see the seams. Now, a layman would wait till the next day and paint another coat. So basically, you would have painted the first coat the first day and the second coat the second day. That's 2 coats. A professional painter will know approximately how long to wait while the first coat is drying and give it another coat, what we call a smear coat. And that should, if it's a high quality paint, and we're talking about Benjamin Moore quality latex-based paint, or Burr, B-E-R-H. Those 2 paints you could get away with a coat and a half. Anything else, Home Depot paint or whatever other quick store outlets, you're not going to get away with a coat and a half. But a Burr, B-E-R-H, that might be the best paint, latex-based paint. It's the best paint I know of. And then the next one down would be Benjamin Moore. And then there's even a higher, there's a different rating, Benjamin Moore Professional, I think it was called. I haven't used it in 10 years, but Benjamin Moore Professional. So for that, you could do a coat and a half. That's inside work. Outside work, now, that's a different story. The metal has to be cleaned, needle scale preferably, and then you don't have to wash the metal. If it's got a light oxidation on it, it's okay to put a first coat on. Now, they sell a paint here. It says it's an enamel that you can paint with if you thin it out 20% for metal, and it works okay. It's not a red lead based paint. So what I'm doing is with the 1908 wheelbarrow, which is 112 years old, is I brought that down to bare metal. I took the cement particles that were inside the wheelbarrow right off, and I power washed it, and then needle scaled it, and then degreased it, and then let it rust a little bit for the oxidation. So then I purchased a red lead for $36 a gallon for 5 liters. It's called Nippon, Nippon. I didn't think you'd be able to buy red lead in the Philippines, but you can, and I did. So what I have listed down here as the last thing to do for the day is to do painting, because the paints I use are oil-based or enamel-based paints. The red lead has some weird chemical. It's like, say you had red lead on a paintbrush and you wanted to clean the paintbrush, you could clean it with gasoline, or you could clean it with turpentine, and you could even clean it with paint thinners, but it doesn't break down with those three things perfectly because it's some oddball chemical, which is what makes it red lead. But that oddball chemical that makes it red lead also makes it highly it will make you high, like a not a good high, like it'll make your mind foggy. It's like breathing in, acetone. When you're cleaning something with acetone, your head goes like that. Well, you don't want to breathe that stuff in, which is why I do it at the end of the day, number one. And yesterday there was a good breeze, which blows it away. If there was no breeze, I would put a fan on to at least clear the chemicals out of right where I'm working. But you want to do painting at the end of the day because it's similar to making your mind a little foggy, but you don't notice it's being foggy. So how can I explain it? If you were going to drive a car, right? You wouldn't drive a car after you had 2 or 3 drinks, because even though you think your mind is clear, your reflexes are slower. That's what the paint does to you in the same way. So after I paint with an oil-based paint, I don't use power tools anymore. And basically the thing I do after I am done painting is I do the cleanup, which is no more power tools, no more cutting of anything with sharp instruments, no more opening up boxes with knives, just simply cleanup. So the cleanup takes an hour to clean up the property. And then we're going to talk about the comments. Again, now we're going to go back to the comments. Thank you very much, Susan. Ace Bachelor. Hey, it's the weekend. Is it really the weekend? I wouldn't know that. Good morning, Michael McFarland. I have no idea what today is. I don't have a computer. Oh, Albert Costanza. I love this guy. He made me aware of MJ DeFlipper's show. So first of all, let's say thank you to Susan Donahue. We'll just keep it real. Good morning, Michael McFarland, and thank you so much for participating in my live streams. And we're going to talk about what's going to happen today, and then I'm going to go out and make it happen. And we're also going to talk about the derogatory comments about what I'm doing from a fucking man who has no right pontificating about anything that has to do with construction. No fucking right whatsoever. The man has as much construction knowledge as I do. For instance, I don't know how to build a centrifuge to make a hydrogen bomb or a nuclear weapon. I don't know how to do that. I know it spins around, and that's all I know, is that a centrifuge, that you would somehow collect radioactive materials in this centrifuge. By the word centrifuge means that something is spinning inside, and I could be wrong about that. So I don't talk about how to build a centrifuge. But this fucking guy, he can't stop the lies. So we're going to talk about that after I talk about Mr. Costanza. And he turned me on to MJ DeFlipper show. And that fucking show, as you see in the title, was nothing but laughs, okay? Popeye and Sinsimo Travels, welcome to the machine. I saw you on that guy's show this morning, ripping him a new asshole. You know what? I'm glad I didn't block you. And also, talking about blocking people, now that I am back to working and doing live streams, I'm going to release, when I get the computer, I'm going to go into the trolls where I have the people blocked. I'm going to release people like Rain Man and Cebu Boss Man. Not the hemorrhoid. not the hemorrhoid. Probably not the hemorrhoid. So I'm going to release a bunch of people from the YouTube jail, because then let's see what they have to say then. Now that I'm actually doing work, and they can see that everything I've ever said before is true. So I have some notes here that I wrote down this morning while I was listening to the MJ the Flipper show. But let me read the comments, because something was about MJ the Flipper. Now, if you go, the title of my show has I couldn't find his show, but I remember someone said that MJ the Flipper a few days ago, because I had never watched his show, was a good man. And I think it was Alfred Costanza who said he was a good man. So I decided to look for MJ the Flipper. And I listened to one of his shows and seemed like a pretty rational man. However, this morning, now that he is on my subscription list and I subscribed, this morning I listened to his show with Popeye and Ed Lippert. Now, the first part of the show was mostly about Boat Zero, who I have no interest in whatsoever, and how Boat Zero is being controlled by his woman, which I have no interest in that conversation at all. If the man chooses to let his woman be in charge of the household, that's fine. That's okay with me. But the second part of the show, starting at the 53-minute mark, that's where you want to turn on the MJ, the Flipper, and Popeye show. Now, the first part of the show did have Ed Lippert in there talking about his farm, that he just sold 10 pigs. So he has a piggery. And then he has 3 left. And he's building a little house on his property. So he's doing well. And he didn't get involved too much with the drama. Well, he did, but only just directed at one piece of shit, as he calls it, on YouTube. So the second part of the show, though, MJ the Flipper and Popeye rip the fucking chair apart. They rip it apart. They rip the YouTubers, the real scammers on YouTube. They rip them apart. They rip them new assholes. They rip them new cornholes. They rip them whatever you want to talk about. Popeye went in deep, and MJ the Flipper was right there with him. Talking about this, that, and the other thing. It was a really good show. So thank you, Alfred de Constanza, for giving me the heads up. And I think he even offered for me to go on the show, but I have no way to do that. I don't have that app. I might be able to do that with the tablet, but I'm going to start doing 10 or 12-hour live streams. I'm not going to break my live stream. Yesterday, my live stream was broken because we had a blackout and we lost internet for over an hour. Otherwise, there would have just been one 12-hour live stream. Today, I started late because I had to go over. I had old prices. Oh, by the way, I am building a hotel. So I had the old price lists and the new price lists for materials. I'm amazed at the prices, the new prices. The cement, the cost of a bag of cement went down, and the cost of steel went up 30% in the last 2 years. 30%. The cost of metal, inch and 3/8 scaffolding pipe went up 30%. The cost of clamps went from 38 pesos to 52 pesos. That's like 40%. And there's no way around that. And there is a way around it. If I can find a construction site that's being broken down, not broken down like as in disarray, but someone's breaking down a construction site and they might have a 10 5-gallon buckets of clamps. I might be able to buy those clamps from the person for like maybe 30 pesos per clamp, because they're old and rusty. I'll have to put them in oil and work the rust off them. But the cost of lumber is up 20% from 2 years ago as well. That I think I have worked out. So, which is one of the things I want to talk about. Let me get through the comments. Okay. Thank you for stopping by. Good morning, Michael McFarland. Albert Costanza says MJ demolished Boat Zero. Boat Zero, he did, but Boat Zero doesn't. Boat Zero to me is insignificant. He has lied about a lot of stuff, but he doesn't affect my life. So, as funny as that shit was, he doesn't affect me. He affected me once when he started talking shit that he would go out and get Daisy Mae's Facebook page. He would help find out her information. He should just mind his own fucking business, and then I'll mind my business with him. That's the only reason why I haven't mentioned his name, is because he offered to find out personal information and give it to, I don't know who he was giving it to, I forgot, but he should have just minded his own fucking business is what he should have done. And I don't care about Boat Zero. I know I caught him in a lie when he said he owned a boat. I don't think he ever owned a boat. And the lie was, how come you're not using your boat? And he showed a hole in the side of a bunker boat 18 inches higher than the waterline. It looked like a stem, the bow of another boat had smashed into the boat. But the plywood was intact. It didn't look like it was rotted. And he said, well, we started to repair the hole in this boat. Now, he had said the boat was relatively new, so the plywood isn't going to rot out in 3 years. Not if you use a good quality plywood. But he said because of this hole, we found that the whole bottom of the boat was rotted out. Now, the shit they sell here in the Philippines for plywood is garbage. But you never heard anything about the boat after that. So what did he do? He bought a boat for roughly $10,000 is what they cost. He bought a boat, and he used it for, what, a year? And then he abandoned the boat, and then he bought another boat? That's all bullshit. So I don't think he ever owned a boat. But like I said, that doesn't... Just tell him to mind his own fucking business. He should have never mentioned he's going to help find out information from Daisy. And when they ripped him a new asshole, I was laughing, but I won't go into it much more than that. Other than the fact that he is not directly attacking me, but he bothered me by offering, where is it his fucking business to find out Daisy's Facebook page and give it to a third party? Why has he got to get involved with that? Why? Because he needs the attention. So we gave him a little attention. Have a nice day, Boat Zero. You never owned a fucking boat. You don't know the nomenclature on a boat. Oh, and one more lie that Boat Zero did, 100% lie. I said to Boat Zero, how much to rent the boat for the day? And Boat Zero said to me, why don't we bring the boat to Bohol and you can help us get day trips? What the fuck? Do I look like your sponsor? That was 3 years ago. Do I look like your fucking sponsor that I'm going to now change my show so I can bring people to your boat? For what reason would I do that? I don't know you. And I'm not going to entertain any idea about you being a boat captain in Bohol. And I told him straight out, there's 500 boats here. We don't need another boat here. Plus, this is what I told Boat Zero, plain as day. I said, if you're an American running a boat here in Bohol, you're going to have to put a Filipino boat captain on the beach of Alona Beach to sell the jobs. And there are already 50 or 60 young men or older men selling boats here. They're not going to welcome you here. It's not that you're doing anything wrong, but there are already 50 or 60 local men. And this was when Boracay was getting closed down. So the boats from Boracay also came to Alona Beach. So there was an overcrowded situation at the time anyway. But I said to him, there's no room for another boat here. These people are hustling from 5 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night trying to sell boat trips. And then you're going to want me to hustle for you? For what reason would I do that? Money? I don't need to hustle your business for money for me. It's not something I would be interested in doing. It's not something that you're going to be successful at. There's 100 boats, 500 boats on the island of Panglao. There could be 500 boats here. We don't need another boat in Panglao. So when I told him that was all there was to the conversation. Yet, that piece of fucking Boat Zero on the other show said, the same time he was offering information about Daisy May getting her Facebook page, he said, yeah, Fazio, he wanted to rent my boat for 500 pesos a day. Hey, fuck you, Boat Zero. I know what things are worth. A boat is worth 2,000 plus pesos a day. I never disrespected you to offer you 500 pesos for the day. You're a fucking liar. So when you got ripped, a new asshole ripped on the MJ the Flipper show, and Popeye and MJ the Flipper ripped you a new asshole, it's because you deserve it. You're a fucking liar. You lied about me offering you 500 pesos for the day. So what? I, as a businessman, are going to say to the boat captain, who probably should be making 500 pesos for the day, to the boat deckhand, who should be making about 300 or 400 pesos a day. That's 900 pesos a day. Then you're going to use 2 liters or 4 liters of gas. That's another 300 pesos a day. That's 1,200 pesos. It's going to cost 1,200 pesos just to start the boat up and go island hopping. I'm going to offer you 500 pesos when I know that you already have 1,200 pesos in expenses. I don't do shit like that. I don't want people working for me for free. So fuck you. That was a lie. And fuck you and your boat story. Okay? You got your asshole ripped apart by MJ the Flipper for that and other things, and you deserve it. Now, Boat Zero makes criticisms behind the scenes on me, Fazio. On you, Fazio. He's a bigger worm than the Cebu virus. Oh, I know that. I've heard stories about that, so we just corrected a little bit of that. Boat Zero is a fucking zero in real life. Nothing that he ever said he ever did, nothing he ever said he was, none of it's provable. He's fucking Boat Zero, Life Zero, Mr. Zero. Dennis Adam, welcome to the machine. Thank you, Albert Costanza. Of course he does that behind the scenes. Sincimo Travels. Hello, Michael McFarland. Oh, that's good. You're friends with him. Michael McFarland. Hello, real men. Michael McFarland is greeting you. All the men. Sincimo Travels. I read some comments from you this morning. I look at you from a whole different perspective. I read that Sincimo Travels has 20 years of training that he would like to share with a virus in Cebu. I read that. I laughed my ass off about that. So I know you go... I know that you've left some negative comments in my direction, and I don't know, I really don't know how you feel. If you want to put how you really feel about me now that I'm working and showing people that I actually have tools and have the tools here in the Philippines and I actually have the permits to build a hotel, maybe your perspective has changed about me. Maybe not, and it's okay. But now that I'm doing live streams, we have what? What have we here? We have 3 pages of lies that I have proven to be wrong. Later, I'm going to go out and get a carpenter's ruler. And I'm going to put a mark on the wall at 5'7". I'm going to stand on a plank. And then I'm going to make a mark, or I'll just open up the ruler and put my hand to the mark, 5'7". So we have this piece of shit human fecal tissue with arms and legs on YouTube saying I'm only 5'3". Okay, so these are the lies that have been disproved this week. 1, Fazio, in the last 3 weeks, Fazio doesn't have permits. That's been proven wrong. Fazio doesn't own any tools. Well, that's been proven wrong. Fazio doesn't know how to use tools. Well, that's been proven wrong. Fazio smokes 3 cigarettes per hour. That's been proven to be false. Fazio drinks 4 bottles of rum a week. When? After I work 12 hours out in the sun, I go home and drink a bottle of rum. That's a lie. Fazio has a rat in his mist, and the rat's name is Jack Thompson. That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. Jack Thompson is a working man's hero. He's a fucking contractor. We both have gone out and busted our ass and risked all. And when we say risked our lives, risked our limbs, mortgaged our houses to buy equipment. We have both been through the same experience. Jack Thompson is not the rat in the mole. He's not the black mole. That's bullshit. That's that insidious little cocksucker, honorary cocksucker, because we don't know that he sucks cock. The insidious honorary cocksucker trying to poison what is called the well, and the well is my friend Jack Thompson as the mole. That's a fucking lie. He also doxed Scott Del Fuego again. That's like 6 times this week. He thinks he's cute. He thinks what this motherfucker does is he doing this for attention. Everybody knows this. He's an attention whore because he's an underaccomplished man in real life, or no accomplishments that he could be proud of. I mean, everybody goes through life, but he has no redeeming qualities to his character. He's not an honest man. He's not an honorable man. He's not a successful man. He had a fucking job and he collects what he deserves to collect. He collects a certain amount of money from whatever income that he put into the system. He's taking it back out. That's it. It's the only thing that saves him from being on the fucking street with Barry. And Barry is a success story considering Barry has so little and he's survived. But without that monthly income, the guy has no skill sets. He has nothing that he could do to earn a living. No one would work with him in real life. Who the fuck would want to work with that guy? The guy can't tell the truth about anything. Every single person he becomes friends with that fucking hates him 3 weeks later. So Jack Thompson is not the rat. I heard that I skipped out on my fucking mortgage. I didn't skip out on my mortgage. This is like 3 months ago. The little fucker said that Fazio ran away from a mortgage in America. I didn't run away from any mortgage. I refinanced my house in 2004. And in 2009, I told the finance company, I'll give you back the house. I don't have any fines or liens against any of my bank accounts, which are several. I don't have any liens against me as a person. Nothing has reached into my bank accounts in America. Nothing has reached, no letters are sent to any of my legal addresses. Nothing. So this fucking guy, this insidious little motherfucker, goes around saying shit that's not real. I don't have liens against me. I don't have wants or warrants out for me, and I am not a criminal. I am not a criminal. A criminal is someone who's been convicted of a crime. That has never happened. He's the insidious nature of this little motherfucker is that he interjects pieces of truth in with total, absolute, fucking blatant lies. And that's why MJ the Flipper and Popeye ripped him a new asshole last night. For instance, let's talk about smoking. Has anybody seen me smoke a cigarette in the last 4 or 5 days? Or anybody ever seen me smoke a cigarette ever? Well, how do I fucking smoke 3 cigarettes per hour? We're going to destroy the fucking lies, and then I'm going to go outside and start working and destroy some more lies. Has anybody ever seen me smoke a cigarette? No. Have I smoked a cigarette during my 10 or 12 hour live streams? No. That's a fucking lie. So if that lie is a lie, what else is a lie? I'll tell you what else is a lie. Whether I drink 4 bottles of rum a week, that's a lie. He lied for how many years about whether or not he was single. He lied about that. He lied daily, monthly, hourly, weekly, bi-daily, bi-monthly, bi-weekly, saying that he was married. And when the truth had to come out, he's not married. He lied about that. And now he says we have to dismiss that. That's water under the bridge. Well, fuck. Okay, let it be water under the bridge. But you're still talking about a fucking mortgage that I ran out on that I didn't do from 10, 14 fucking years ago. I refinanced the house, you fucking idiot. So he wants to talk about shit that didn't happen the way he says it happened 14 years ago, but the fact that he lied for 5 straight fucking years about his marital status, he wants to drop that now that he's finally said the truth. That has to be dropped. No, it doesn't have to be dropped. People can talk about that shit for 14 years based on his philosophy. He lies about me being 5'3". He lied. Oh, this is a big one. He lied about me having no tools. You people are watching me bust out needle scalers, vice grips, pliers, scraping tools, multiple different types of brushes and screwdrivers and multiple electrical cords and battery chargers. So now that's a fucking lie. I have tools, right? Then he fucking lies that I don't know how to use the tools. So when I show you how to use the fucking tools, that's more lies from the motherfucker. And then I had no tools. Now I have tools, but I don't know how to use the fucking tools. That's another lie. I'm going to go to the comment section in a minute. I want you to ask me about a tool. Any fucking tool you want. I'll explain to you how to use it. All right, I'm going to open up the comments. Oh, I see orange. Good morning from Jack Thompson. I was just talking about you. Oh, Jack with a 1990. That's another fucking lie. Telling people I didn't get any super chat this week. Fuck me. I haven't asked for super chat. I haven't even thought about super chat. When I looked at the amount of money that was sent to me this week, I was fucking amazed. 12 hours of live stream, I don't see it all. And I will have to thank people in advance. But I'm not even asking for money. I never asked for money. And now people are sending it. Jack said 1999. I gotta get a pot in a minute. I'll get a pot. Thank you, Jack. And Jack is not a fucking mole. Hold on, I get the fucking pot right now. I got nothing else to do. Well, I do, but I got all day to do it. You can hear the pot. Would there be a super chat pot? And we'll bang the super chat pot with the black pot because black pots matter. Super chat from the not so rat. Super chat. Jack is not a rat. Who is a rat is the insidious little motherfucker. He goes to the PNP on a daily, monthly basis. He knows how to trigger people. And that's what he did to Obama. He triggered Obama into threatening him on YouTube. And then he ran to the fucking PNP like a rat. Now, he tries to do that with me. And now he has sound bites that he's going to bring. Fuck you and your sound bites. Okay? You can't use sound bites. You can't take a fucking legal, legitimate challenge to get into the fucking ring with another man and take a soundbite as to what could happen in the ring later on. You can't do that. They're going to have to read the transcripts and they're going to have to listen to that section of the video. So those fucking sound bites were a legitimate challenge to get into a real boxing ring with a real ring announcer and a cut doctor and ambulances and all that other happy horse shit. You can't take a soundbite, you fucking idiot. And if you're an advocate or lawyer or whatever the fuck it is that you're going to with these sound bites says that you could do it, just rest assured they're doing it so they're going to take some of your money, you dumb fuck. Can't take sound bites. Anyway, also I remember something about some kind of fucking tribunal. Should be up by now. I don't know what happened to the tribunal to get Fazio off of YouTube. That was a threat, by the way. You threatened that if Fazio didn't shut his channel down, there'd be consequences. Or if I haven't heard the video, but I've heard people send me information about the video. So I don't know what's in the fucking video. Why don't you post it again? Why don't you post the fucking video again? Let's see what kind of balls you got. Post it again, but post it on YouTube because I have not been able to see it. I don't have a computer and I don't know where it is. I looked for it, but I can't see it. So what are the consequences? When are they going to happen? I think the 7 days are up. That's a threat. That's coercion to get me off YouTube. Fuck you where you breathe. Now, so then digressing back to more lies, I don't have plans for a fucking hotel, right? So I go out and spend a lot of money for a brand new cement mixer. Oh yeah, that's another lie. The cement mixer wasn't new. So I've proven it's fucking new, right? So if there's somebody here that hasn't seen that the cement mixer is new, I'll take the tablet outside. Super chat me $5 and I'll take the tablet outside just for you. And I'll show you the inside of the cement mixer. Otherwise, you can review some of my previous live streams and look, you'll see inside the cement mixer that it's new. Dennis Adam, thank you for saying hello to everybody. Dennis is a great guy. The Bantayan Clown, you have poked the bear, son. Thank you, Sensimo Travels. So I think what Sensimo Travels is saying that Michael Fazio is now showing that he has construction knowledge, construction skills, and tools, and fucking tools. That he not only does he have the tools, but he knows how to use the tools. And you haven't seen anything of my tools. There's an entire fucking shipping container full of fucking toys from America that will make my job easy. I have cable, what's called a tug hoist. I can pull with one hand on a 4-foot lever like that, I can lift up with one hand like this on a 4-foot lever. I have a cable hoist that will pull 30,000 pounds, 15 tons. And I don't have one of those. I have 2 of them. And then I have another cable hoist that will pick up 7,000 pounds. And as I go up with my vertical columns and I build the beam box for the next floor, I will put those tugger hoists on the upper floor, and I will pick the 7,000 pound cargo container up with those tugger hoists like this. Just go to one side and go to the other with one hand. That is going to fucking rock somebody's world to watch one man do this by himself. I've done bigger things than this. This is nothing what you see me fucking around with these wheelbarrows. I just have to get the wheelbarrows fixed so that I can get the back table that's going to be my chop saw table set up. I have a 16-foot table in the back of the property that's going to be my 14-inch Ryobi chop saw table for wood. It's going to be chop saw only. Well, it'll be for ripping plywood as well. I'll have different types of clamping mechanisms on the table, but basically it's a chop saw. So I can chop. Let's say, where is that piece of wood? Where the fuck did it go? I lost it. It's a pretty big piece of wood too. Ha! I might have done something else with it. Anyway, let's just say that this is a 2.5 inch by 3 inch piece of wood, right? And a Filipino construction site, they would put this on their knee, they'd lean it on their knee, and they'd cut it with a handsaw like that. And it might take, I don't know, 5 minutes with a sharp saw, 10 with a dull saw. My 14-inch Ryobi power miter will cut this piece of wood, cross-cut it, in just under 3 seconds. And it'll make a perfect 90-degree, perfect flat cut. Well, that table in the back is set up to do that job. And then I have stanchions that go to the saw. So if I put the saw someplace, let's say I wanted to cut 200 pieces of wood this size, like that. I can cut, the power miter will cut a square edge. I slide this over to a stop. The power miter is bolted to the table. It doesn't move, ever. Don't move it won't move until I move it, like maybe months or years from now, once I bolt it down to my workstation. The stop will screw down into the deck. So if this is 11 inches, the stop will screw down into the deck at 11 inches. So I just take a piece of wood, slide it across the table of the power miter, I cut. Now I have a cut over here, that's 11 inches. I take this piece, I throw it away. Next piece, I slide down. So it's going to take me about 15 seconds per piece to cut 100 pieces. So that's 1,500 seconds. That's what is 1,500 seconds? 10 minutes is 600. It's about less than 40 minutes, I can cut 100 pieces of wood this size in less than 40 minutes. But if I put a man with a handsaw on the job that's cutting over his knee, I'm going to get 100 pieces of wood over the next course of the next 3 days, and not one of them is going to have a square cut on the end. I do things in a professional manner. The wheelbarrows were on that back table. Therefore, the wheelbarrows served no purpose the way they were. One, the nose of the wheelbarrow was broke. It needs to be reinforced and welded. And the other one, The wheelbarrow was 112 years old. The nose was okay, but it needed to be painted. So I painted it with the proper paint. So I'm preparing the tools to do the job. Now I'll go back to the comments. So if anybody wants to slip me a Fiver, a Lincoln, to go out, I'll take the tablet out right now and I'll show you the inside of the cement mixer. So my point is with Sensimo Travels is that he was being a little negative towards me, and not so much that he's not blocked, so he wasn't that much, because he was good and bad. But Sensimo telling that other guy he's got 20 years of fucking training that he'd like to share with him, that made me laugh. Thanks for the laugh. So my point is, now that I'm using the tools, now the new thing is, now he doesn't know how to use the fucking tools. So what the fuck is it? I don't have tools. Then I have tools, but I don't know how to fucking use them. I smoke 3 cigarettes an hour, but I don't smoke 3 cigarettes an hour, so that conversation disappears. He doesn't have plans, but he goes out and buys a fucking cement mixer, so that conversation disappears. Each fucking day, I destroy his narrative, because he's a fucking lying motherfucker. Every day, he lies about something, and every day I'll destroy the lies. Michael McFarland. Wanker bitched about 12-hour live streams and wasted 12 hours of his time. Oh, why does anybody give a fuck that I have a 12-hour live stream? Why? Why would they care? Well, first of all, do you remember how many people said, get out of your fucking house and go do something constructive? Well, now I leave the house every fucking day and I do construction, which is constructive, and now I'm fucking being ridiculed for doing 12-hour live streams. You know what I'm being ridiculed for? I'm being ridiculed for proving so many people to be either ignorant, non-believers of whether or not I have construction knowledge, even though the licenses and all my videos show that I do. Now I'm proving it to a whole new audience that the fucking insidious little fucking creepy little lying motherfucker is a liar. So now the 12-hour live streams with me working with tools and teaching people how to put paint into metal with horizontal, vertical, crisscross, and then circles on the metal. That's the only way you're ever going to get a fucking good coat of paint on a bare piece of metal. Sideways, left and right. Vertical after the sideways. Crisscross, 4 or 5 passes in each direction, and then circles the whole square and move over to the next square that you're going to put on. That is the only way to get metal paint to stick to raw-based metal. You just go sideways, the paint doesn't go into the porosity of the thing. So now that I'm teaching people all of this stuff, now I'm being criticized for 12-hour live streams. Go figure. The motherfucker has to complain. He has to wake up and bitch about something every day, which makes him a bitch complainer. Now, he's a snitch. I saw that word somewhere. Michael McFarland. Okay, we got that. I often sit in my truck at work and catch up on live streams, says Jack Thompson. Sensimo Travels. PNP snitch needs a beating of them. He, you know, the shit you were saying on his channel was funny as all get out. I look at you from a whole different perspective, Sincere. And I hope that you look at me from a different perspective also, because I know that everybody thought I would never do anything outside, start working. I just wasn't ready to do it. And then there is an additional problem to do it even before I started this week. From the early November, I have an infection on my foot. And that motherfucker with that diabetes and fucking, he is a motherfucker. I don't have diabetes. I'll go and, when the next time I get a blood test, I'll show the blood test. And then he'll say it's a false blood test. But The where was I going with this? When I do something constructive, I'm being criticized for it. But you, with that thing about teaching them 20, giving them 20 years of training, I like that. Oh, so well, now that I'm doing stuff constructive, a lot of people, well, maybe four, have said, I like the way your new streams are going with the work, doing the work, showing them that you're still working, actually doing, and the tools. Now, I've shown you more tools than most men own, and I haven't shown you anything yet. I could walk you through my tool. I have a container from New York. I haven't even opened it up. There's probably like gang boxes inside that container, or the equivalent of gang boxes, 2 of those that are full of power tools. Full. They're full. I mean, solid full, like 1,000 pounds in each box. Yesterday, I took a whip out to whip the red lead. Most guys would be standing there with a fucking stick from a tree. I had an 18-volt Milwaukee drill with the whip on it and whipped it. I whipped it and whipped it good. That's how work should be done, but not everybody has a 2-inch whip. I have a 2-inch whip. I have a 3-inch whip. I have a 5-inch whip, circular whip, and then I have a 6-inch paddle whip. Okay? These are the tools that I needed for construction in my life. So now that I'm actually doing this work, people have to look at it from a different perspective. I hope Sensimo does, because he's an avid commenter. I haven't gotten... Okay, so let's see. Jack Thompson, Sensimo, I also get the same question from my crew. Okay, so MJ owns properties and he is an entrepreneur. He doesn't simp. I don't know that much about him, but I will believe you, Albert. I have no reason to doubt you. Sensimo, I also get the same question from my crew, says Jack Thompson. So I missed what that's about. But thanks for having a conversation. Then Sensimo Travel says, then they start watching Bantayan Clown, and their faces are like watching a David Attenborough documentary. Like that? Sim, ha, says Jack. Forget Ren. Let's beat on gay rings, angry Chinese Wicks kid. I don't know who that. I don't know who that is. So, Sensimo from Jack Thompson. My business partner watches Michael Fazio as well. Tell Paul I said hello, Jack. Jack Thompson. One of my staff said he is so angry that he lost his missus. Sensimo travels to Jack Thompson. One of my staff said why he is so angry. Has he lost his missus? And made me think. 1 minute he has to run to Hawaii. The next day he has his visa extended. There's a lot of fucking stories about that. And I'm going to say what I heard him say is that he might get another extension. I heard that. And yet I heard a few months back that he had to leave by April 1st. So the man has a different story for each hour of the day. He's near his end, says Sensimo Travels. He's upset. Jack Townsend, Sensimo, Pronk is preemptively downplaying his departure date. It's apparent that he's leaving sooner than later. Well, what's apparent is he's not going to get that second extension. I don't know if you can get a second extension. I think Ed Lippert was the one who said you can't. And I don't know if it was Ed Lippert or someone else. And I want to talk about Ed Lippert for a minute. The fucking guy, this little insidious motherfucker calls Ed Lippert a scumbag. He's a scumbag. Ed Lippert is not a scumbag, okay? But he just keeps saying Ed Lippert is a scumbag. But he doesn't say why. Then he says separate the scumbag from the character. But he doesn't say why. Why is Ed Lippert a scumbag? Well, Ed Lippert is not a scumbag, number one, but Ed Lippert is being called a scumbag because Ed Lippert says the truth. He doesn't lie. And anybody that doesn't lie is a scumbag. I'm a scumbag because I tell the truth. Wait, I'm going to go outside in a few minutes and I'm going to do some more fucking truth saying. Sin Simo, hoodwinked by an angel. Michael, I have stuck up for you also lately. Thank you, Sin Simo. Okay, so let me say Sin Simo's Jack Thompson. Sin Simo has always been very cordial to you. He has been. That's why but I've seen he talks honestly from what he knows. That's why I never got that upset, because honestly, from his point of view, it's honest. It's an honest point of view, not critical, but honest. Wasn't necessarily the way things are, but how would he know how things are without me showing people differently? So thank you for that, Jack. Sinsimo, I backed you, Michael, and pulled your leg, man, and never said anything bad. Okay, so here he is confirming that what I said is true. He never actually said anything bad. He was breaking balls. There you go. Man after my own heart. Okay, anything bad, only flippant comments. See, I'm a real man. Admit what I said. And that's what I said you said. You never said anything bad, but I think you wanted to see a little bit more of what I'm capable of, and now I'm showing it to you. So Sinsimo makes a direct comment to me. Michael, I have stuck up for you also lately, Michael, on some places. Thank you. Well, you know what? Then that would make you being the fifth person. There's somebody named Sydney Toka from Australia, Mr. Willis, Sinsimo, Michael McFarland, and one other person said that now that you're getting involved with actual work and showing the people that they're mistaken, other people are coming and seeing that what you have said about the permits, about the plans, you don't go and find out what a brand new Armstrong cement mixer with a 12 horsepower diesel engine costs. Go find out. Call up City Hardware. You don't go out and spend that kind of money. Now I stole the money from the computer fund. I didn't touch the fucking money from the computer fund. This fucking douchebag can't get it through his fucking head. That money is someplace else. Fucking asshole. Jack Thompson confirms. Thank you. First, thank you, Sinsimo. Second, Jack Thompson confirms. I've seen you defending Mike. Thank you, Jack. Jack Thompson. It's like me, a lone wolf, just enjoys going on several streams. Okay. That's all cleared up. Thank you, Sinsimo, and I appreciate the fact that, first of all, I appreciate the fact, you said it, you're a real man. You admit what you did. Thank you. Oh, the Norwegian crypto stormer is coming back. Flying through the air. Oh my God, thank you. We'll bang a pot for the Norwegian crypto stormer. He was a major factor in one of my live streams the other day, comment-wise, intelligentsia-wise, and super chat-wise. So we'll bang a black pot, because black pots matter, inside a stainless steel pot. They're both stainless steel. Thank you very much. We banged a black super chat pot inside the super chat pot, and that made the super chat pot smile. Salamat. And we're going down here. There's two comments above that. How long can you go to jail for doxing? Oh, Dennis brings up a good point. let me say one more time, Norwegian Crypto Stormer, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Dennis is talking about Kevin Tuttle. Kevin Tuttle. Dennis, I hope, I haven't seen Scott around, but this motherfucker doxing Scott for his job, how much money he's supposed to make. I sincerely, if you ever converse with Scott, I would fucking sincerely fucking suggest that you make Scott aware of what's going on. And if Scott decides that he wants to do something, then that would be, up to Scott. But fucking Kevin Tuttle said he did something. Now, I don't know if you can go to jail for doxing a police officer, but Kevin Tuttle made it clear that he was in law enforcement. He may have been in federal law enforcement. I don't know. But that fucking insidious little creature in Cebu doxed Kevin Tuttle's place of where he lives. Kevin Tuttle says when he gets off the plane, he's going to have that conversation with the authorities. Now, I don't know if that's true, but now that Kevin Tuttle knows for a fact the guy is leaving, if he has those videos and documents of the doxing itself, now might be a good time for him to share that with whoever. And I would suggest the same thing with Scott. So Dennis Adam, he's the researcher. How long can you go to jail for doxing? Sentences can range from 18 months in prison and a $10,000 fine for a fourth-degree charge to 10 years in prison and a $150,000 fine for a second-degree charge. Oh, my God. Have I ever used a glass stretcher? There is no such thing. That's like asking somebody to go get a bucket of steam or a skyhook. Hello, Trucker B. And let's just try to keep it real. Sincimo Travels lied behind a tree, lied behind a bar fine. Oh, that $23,000 bar fine. That shit's following him around like stink on fucking white rice. That would be something stupid that he would say. Stink on shit, white on white rice. But he gets everything just a little fucking backwards because his brain is fucked up. Lied about the GoFundMe. He did. Lied about giving Nika's $50 from Pennsylvania Trucker. He lied about that. He was going to deduct the money. Then he said, fuck it, I'm not giving the money back. Lied about being married. He did all of that, Sincimo. I just need to knock my neighbor's door to agree pot banging pretty posh kinds like Frank here. I need to knock my neighbor's door to agree pot banging pretty posh keens like Frank. I don't know what that means. LOL. And the list goes on, says Michael McFarland. Jack, woo. Thank you, Jack. Sincimo, Michael McFarland. If I listed all the lies and scams, then Michael wouldn't sleep for 3 days reading it. That's true. Jolly B. Jumbo Dog. I really suspect his woman was... No. I can't say that. I would not say that. I'm waiting for the kangaroo court in it's 4 days from now? Okay, so the kangaroo court, that's a coercion and a threat, by the way, but he doesn't see it as such because he does it. Fuck you and you fucking, whatever that fucking, what was it? The fuck was that word that he used? Some kind of fucking court. The kangaroo court is a good word for it. This is the new Sincimo Travel. Is the new cement mixer big enough to fit clowns in? Oh, yeah. The new format is outstanding, says Jack Thompson. He wants to do a 24-hour live stream. It's okay, he does a 24-hour live stream. If Pronk had so many faithful followers, then why doesn't he trust them to have a wrench? And if he did, he wouldn't be able to. And if he did, he would be able to unblock everyone. That's true. Just Canadian. You have been treated unfairly, in my opinion. And I don't know much about what was going on with that, but you are not getting a fair share of the truth on your behalf. That's what little I've seen of that drama series. Just Canadian is not being treated fairly, did not get equal opportunity, and has been called. I stuck up for you, Just Canadian. I don't know who you are though. I don't. I went to your channel once, and I don't. I think you had a bunch of guitars or something on your page. But by saying that someone, Just Canadian in this case, can't have a legitimate online relationship until you meet with someone is not definitive. It's not factual. It is possible to have an online relationship, but you have all these other factors. But I don't think you have been given a fair amount of time to defend yourself. And what's happening, in my opinion, Just Canadian, is the same thing that happened against me. All of these fucking trolls, like Boat Zero, he defended somebody he got involved with, somebody he should have never gotten fucking involved with, by giving my ex-girlfriend's Facebook page to somebody. What the fuck does he get? He's getting involved because he wants to be part of something, because he's never amounted to anything in real life. He wants to be part of something. So all these fucking people, they congregate towards drama, and you're not getting your fair share, and I'll drop it at that. Jack Thompson says hello to Just Canadian. Why don't you build chalets instead of a hotel? You will make more profit. Well, I'm going to look over here. Like, see me looking over here? Look, watch this. I'm looking at the screen now, right? And now I'm looking at a white sand beach and the ocean. Okay, now I'm looking at the screen, and now I'm looking at a white sand beach and the ocean. From the 4th floor, you can see shit. It's just an amazing view. So that's why. If you've been where I live and you know where I live, and you've seen the view, you'd want to go up 4 floors too. That's to answer your question. If I'm sitting here in my chair, 3 feet off the ground, my floor is 3 feet off the ground, but I'm sitting here in my box, and now I'm looking at a white sand beach and the ocean. That's from ground level. Imagine 4 floors up. That's the answer to your question. The view is amazing, and on 4 floors up, there could be no air at all. I'm talking zero wind, nothing. The ocean would look like glass. Not a feather wouldn't blow in the wind. A feather would fall straight down to the ground. But at 4 floors up, you're going to get a 10 or 12 knot wind on the calmest day of the year. There's no such thing as calm once you go up 50 feet in the air. So that's another reason. Constant flow of air circle. Jack Thompson says the super chat is awesome, and the new format is super chat, he says. This is what Jack Thompson slamming the super chat pot, making the super chat pot make a lot of noise. Super chat, super chat. And that other little motherfucker said, I don't even think he's making any money. What do you give a fuck how much money I'm making? The 12-hour live streams are fucking that guy up because he has to review 12-hour live streams. He doesn't have the fucking time anymore. He's losing his fucking mind. How do you fucking review Steve Montelli's 3-hour show? MJ the Flipper's 1-hour show. My 12-hour fucking show and the other shows, how do you get all of this shit done? You can't get it done. Fazio's fucking up the works again with these 12-hour live streams. Thank you, Jack. Eye drops for the Bronx. 12-hour live stream reading the ingredients of a banana. And oh my God, more. Oh, I gotta get outside. I gotta get outside. You guys just stop super chatting me because I gotta stop banging this pot. I gotta get outside and open shit up. I started late because I'm ordering shit. I am working on orders. It's kind of crazy. Seems like a table saw would be better to rip the plywood rather than a chop saw. Crazy Kano. The chop saw is a chop saw. I would never try to rip plywood with a chop saw. They're two different tools, Crazy Kano. I don't use a table saw. Well, on this job, I might get a table saw, but a chop saw cuts cross-cut, and it has a maximum cutting depth of 3 inches thick and 6 inches deep. Like here, you see this piece of wood here? My chop saw will chop a piece of wood this thick and 7.5 inches wide. It has a 14-inch blade. I can't get a 14-inch blade here, but if I can find one, that's what it has. I have a 12-inch blade on it. But I never said I was going to cut plywood with a chop saw. I have a skill saw for that. And a table saw is, when you see me work, you'll understand, but you don't cut, you could rip, you could chop some narrow strips of plywood with a chop saw, but I never said I was going to use a chop saw to cut plywood. I don't know where that came from. But when you see how I cut the forms with my 8-inch or 7.25-inch worm drive saw, you'll say that's faster than a table saw for sure. I will cut plywood faster with a 7.25-inch worm drive skill saw than you could cut it with a table saw. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. If you were by yourself. So if I'm by myself and you're by yourself, I could bury you in rip cuts with a skill saw than you could cut with a table saw. Believe me when I tell you. Don't believe me? Watch it happen. It'll happen soon. But thank you for the comment, and thanks for stopping by. Sinsimo, Barry got more subs in 1 week than the Bantayan Clown got in 5 years and beat his super chat. Barry's a hardworking man on the internet. He's going to be... When he goes back to Hawaii, he already started shit with his fucking tenants. We have the Bantayan Brawler. Oh, that fucking name stuck. For $1.99. Another major fucking blow to the ego of the creepy motherfucker in Cebu. We're going to bang a black pot. We're going to take a black pot, a black stainless steel pot, because black stainless steel pots matter, and bang it into a silvery stainless steel pot and say, Salamat for the super chat. Salamat for the super chat. And a big smile. $1.99. They all add up. Anything to fucking bruise that motherfucker's over extenuated ego. I got to get outside. The comments don't seem to be stopping. Oh God, just Canadian. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna have to go there. There's a major super chat from Just Canadian. Holy shit. All right, so I'll tell my Just Canadian story. Jack Thompson says, Crazy Kano, I've seen men in Thailand that used a circular saw mounted under a piece of plywood to create a table saw. I've actually tried it myself just for fun. That is going to be how one of my worm drives are going to be set up. But I have another way that I will be That would be for free ripping, not for straight cuts. So thank you for that. I have over 20 years trained fighting skills, but whoa, Sinsimo. Yeah, I kind of got that impression. I got that. I have over Sinsimo travels. I have over 20 years trained fighting skills, but the truth be told, after I got out of children's home, I have always been a street brawler, but a disciplined man too. I think it's more about the house than visa problems. He knows it will be worth sweet FA as only. Okay, wait a second. I think it's more about the house. I'm thinking this is the house in Hawaii. He's going to have a lot of fucking problems with that house. I'm a fucking contractor, and that fucking house, in my opinion, being 14 inches off the ground, is nothing but problematic with water bugs and other creepy crawlers. But Sinsimo says, I think it's more about the house than the visa problems. He knows it will be worth sweet FA as only he has interest only mortgage, an interest only mortgage. I don't, you know, I'm not smart with those words, an interest only mortgage. I don't know what that means. What I have heard is that the mortgage and the value of the house are very close to one another, but I don't know that that's true either. Dennis Adam, the eviction ban is set to expire January 31st, but President-elect Joe... So I don't know what an interest-only mortgage is, Sinsimo. If you wish to explain that, I will be honest, I don't know what it is. I had a mortgage... Okay, wait. I had a mortgage where I paid $3,825 a month for my mortgage. And at 30 years, it would have got paid off. Okay, so if I had only an interest mortgage, it might have been $2,800 for the mortgage and $1,000 that would come off the thing. So I would never, and I'd never pay the house off at that. So okay, now I understand. Okay, so an interest-only mortgage only pays the interest, but the principal never goes away. I got it. Thank you. Okay, because I haven't had a mortgage in so many years, I forget. It's going on 11 years. The eviction ban is set to expire, says Dennis Adam, but President-elect Joe Biden wants to extend it for 8 more months. You're not evicting anybody if that happens. So the eviction ban itself, whether they pay the fucking rent or not, is you're not going to be able to kick him out. That's what I read. Calls Roberto. Oh, fucking Roberto. He's going to Cebu, going to grab the PNP and go to the man's house and then have him talk shit to his face. Calls Roberto's wife, white bread woman. Prunk is a racist. He has so many fucking mental issues. He's going to have a lot more mental issues once I start pouring concrete. Wait, and another fucking thing, talking about here's that block of wood I was looking for. Another fucking thing, my fucking toys ain't coming in the mail yet. I got shit coming in the mail. Nope. I got shit coming in the mail that ain't here yet. This is fucking ridiculous. This is the 16th today. I was supposed to get the shit on the 15th. They didn't send it from Ninja. I got 2 things. I got 3 things and 1 thing, 4 more things coming that I'm going to put this thing on. This thing is going on this thing. This thing is going on it. And I'm going to do things to this fucking thing that nobody's ever fucking heard of before. I'm going to do things to this thing that nobody has ever fucking heard of before. Believe me when I tell you. Just Canadian. I have been treated insanely poorly, LOL, but I'm getting over it and moving on. But see, just Canadian. It is In real life, maybe the percentage of falling in love online and having the relationship work when you meet in real time it might be a low percentage. But if you were willing to try it, and the other person was willing to try it, it might have worked. But there's a lot more that's not being said that I won't say. But for that fucking insidious little prick in Cebu to come on and call you fucked up for saying that you could theoretically fall in love. First of all, what fucking business is it of his? I said it in yesterday's live stream in my opening moments. His goal when he wakes up in the morning is to fuck up somebody's life. That's his only fucking goal. His goal is to have me thrown out of the Philippines because I'm building the hotel. So now I'm going to make him look like a bigger fucking asshole than he makes himself look like. But what business is it of his whether or not you and another woman get involved in an online relationship? It's not his business. His fucking presence on the internet is just to fuck people up. Just his life is not complete unless he's causing fucking misery to someone else. That's the truth. So it has nothing to do with you. It seemed to be that there was a silence on the internet where you guys were working something out between you, and I don't know what happened, and I don't really care. But what's happening now with everybody taking one side of the fucking show, that's not reasonable. There's no fucking reason for them to all congregate to one ideology. There's no fucking reason for it. You haven't done anything fucking wrong. You didn't do anything fucking wrong. Whatever, if your requests were posted on the internet, and if those were real requests, those are fucking reasonable requests. In my opinion, that's fucking reasonable. But you were treated unfairly, so I'm going to just leave it at that. There's nothing that you fucking did or said or requested that's unreasonable. Thank you. I have just always stuck up for you. Actually, Mr. Fazio, you speak truths, and the other ex-community is highly crooked. They are. Oh, God. With the shit that they were saying about me and allowing that fat fucking slob blog and that other fucking piece of shit from Subic Bay, wait till fucking if I decide to move ahead with that. I am fucking really busy. You see me doing live streams. In a few minutes, I'm going outside to start work, whether I get through these comments or not. But thank you. I certainly appreciate hearing someone notice that. You mattered. Thank you. No, you have been... I'm being fucking serious. There's no fucking reason for that insidious little motherfucker to get involved. And there's... From what I heard of your requests, they were reasonable requests. I think they were reasonable. And and you and I both know what the requests were. It was fucking reasonable. However, what you were doing was, let's say it wasn't enough. Probably wasn't enough. So they moved the fucking goalposts, and the shit, it went fucking south. This is what you were dealing with from the beginning. But you didn't know that. I'll leave it like that. So, just Canadian, we're banging the pot, motherfucker. We're banging the pot large, and I'm going to scoot down to the bottom of the comment. I got to get outside. And just, J-U-S-T, as in a just man, as in an actual honest and man with honor, actually. He kept... What he requested was just. What he requested was real. What he requested was reasonable. I don't know why his name is Just Canadian, but the word just starts off the word justice. And just means a good deed. And that's what he was. He was honest, and he was abused, and he should not have been abused. And everybody fucking knows this. But these fucking trolls, they congregate to the drama. Just Canadian. Thank you. All right, let me scoot down to the bottom of the. Let me scoot down to the bottom of the thing. Yes, you probably heard a lot of shit behind the scenes about me. Sensimo says, just Canadian. You only confirm what everyone else thought. I don't know. I don't. That stuff that you didn't show, I would imagine, but I wouldn't speculate on that, and I would never show it. If there was something that could be shown to harm another person from personal, I would not do it. It's not only probably is it against the law, but you might get your channel taken down. So I would never show anything of a restrictive nature. Thank you, Sensimo, for explaining that. Mr. Willis, I'm going outside right now. Our live stream number 5. That's right. Pretty Boy Kirkevic. Hi, Mike. A long day. Was in the 40 degrees and had to spend hours in the dozer. The loader, and it was muddy on the site. A few hours on the meat end of the hand shovel. Oh, my God. I love shoveling dirt. I can't wait to get back to moving dirt with a pickaxe and a shovel. Pretty Boy Kirkevic, thank you for stopping by. Mr. Willis, thank you. Mr. Willis says, Pronk has a cheap-ass house in Big Island. Can't afford... I don't know how much the house is. I heard stories, but it's this far off the fucking ground. And anything this far off the ground that has a skirt around the outside of the house is a fucking hotel for water bugs, thousand-leggers, cockroaches. And it has a skirt around the outside so it doesn't breathe. And anything that doesn't breathe is going to be... that is a perfect environment for bugs that require high moisture content. And the moisture comes out of the ground, so it doesn't even depend on rain. I would never, ever, ever. My house here is 24 inches higher than the rocks under the house, and it's 36 inches higher than the existing outside grade, because it keeps the fucking bugs from living under the house. They love moist environments. That house is a fucking is a hotel for anything that requires high moisture to live. Jack was fucking slandered by the fucking creepy little motherfucker. The creepy little motherfucker said that a picture that somehow he got or saw or heard about was Jack's underage girlfriend, when in fact it was Jack's daughter. That is fucking... the psychosis that goes on inside that motherfucker's head should be fucking curbed. Okay, I'm getting ready to go outside. Jack Thompson, Louis Pagan Ponce, Mike Quapaza. I am willing to lose $50 worth of cheese. No way on how. I learned from Papa Fazio's experience. No online dating for me. I wouldn't do it again. But I thought I met a wonderful woman, just like Just Canadian thought the same thing. So I believed I had met a wonderful woman, but it turned out to not be like that. So I know why and how Just Canadian could get, looped into that mindset. I made a mistake. That was 7 years ago. I never made that mistake again. So thank you for your comment, Louis Paganpunts. He's okay. Looks like you know your stuff. No money, no honey. Oh, wait. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to show you the cement mixer that it's new again. Yes, he does know his stuff. No money. Anyone with half a brain can realize that. Holy shit. You guys, I'll never get outside. I'll just be making money. I want to go outside. I want to go out and I want to go outside and work. I want to go work. All right, so some people don't know what a worm drive is. I'll show you what a worm drive is. I tell you what, this is a perfect time to show some more tools before I read off Jack Thompson's. I'm going to go get my worm drive, okay? Just to show you some more tools. And I'll show you what a worm drive is. At least I could do something productive. Hold on. It'll take 90 seconds. It'll take 90 seconds from now. Oh, yeah. We did have a fucking accident yesterday. I should tell you what happened. Oh, God. Let me tell you one more fucking sad story. This shit cost me $26. I had an accident yesterday. These pink shirts. Oh, fuck, see? Half the fucking shirt is over here, and half the shirt was over there. These pink shirts right here, these pink shirts with the lips on them, I paid $26 for each one of these shirts. Okay? These are expensive fucking shirts. See the lips on the shirt there? With the chair on it? Each one of these shirts cost me 26 bucks. Now, I have work shirts, Fazio's work shirts, on-time backhoe, or whatever I have. I have exactly 100 on-time backhoe shirts with sleeves, but the pink shirts, I only bought a few of these pink shirts from my friends. So what I did a few months ago, I was working outside with a pink shirt on, and I had left the pink shirt out in the sun in the back of the property, in the lower 40, I'll call it, the lower 40. And it got wet, and it got leaves on it, and it got mold and shit on it. But it was still, yesterday when I woke up in the morning, it was still usable. So you see now, there's not one, it's one shirt, but it's in two pieces. Let me tell you how this happened. This is a fucking sad story. And it's a $26 fucking loss to me. So these shirts were $26 a piece. They weren't $2 or $3 fucking shirts from that fucking asshole. I'll tell you, I'll show you the label. These shirts were on Fruit of the fucking Loom. Does Fruit of the Loom sell fucking $2 shirts? I don't think so. And then with the emblem on there, which is not a decal, it's print on demand. They're $26 fucking dollars a shirt. So yesterday, I wore the shirt because I got bitching that he never changes his fucking shirt. So what did I do? I was outside. I saw the pink shirt. I said that the sun had dried it out. I put it on. It had some holes in it, a little bit, but that just gives me aircon. The holes serve a purpose. But at the end of the day, I will tell you that the shirt needed to be washed. It needed to be washed because of the leaves that were on it before I put it on, and it needed to be washed because I got paint on it, and it needed to be washed because I sweat in the shirt all day. So what I was doing, how I washed my clothes, is I put my clothes in a 5-gallon bucket, and I put soap and bleach in the fucking pot, and then I wash my shirt in the pot. It's reasonable, right? Like a washing machine. But then how I get the shirt to really get cleaned up in the pot is I take the shirt out of the pot and then I wash my neck and my hair with the soapy water, right? I use the shirt for a wash rag, and that works the dirt out of the shirt at the same time. But that's the top half of my body. But let me tell you what happened yesterday. I'll show it to you. I'm going to show you this. You're not going to fucking like this. This is going to be something that you'll fucking remember for the rest of your fucking life. This is what happened. It's the truth. It cost me $26 fucking dollars to wash this shirt, and now it's of no use, really. It's a rag. So let me show you how it happened. Let me show you what happened, and let me show you why it happened, okay? Okay, so as I was washing and I was working my way down to my legs, to my knees, what happened was I take the shirt, right? The pants. I take the shirt and I put the shirt. I can't show it to you like this. I got to go up another notch. Hold on. I got to go up one more notch to show this to you. Okay, I think I'm there. Oh yeah, okay. So I take the shirt, it's got soap on it, right? And now I got my armpits, I got my chest, I got my legs. Now I got to do my bally bag, my groin area. So I take the shirt like this, and I put it in between my groin like this, and I'm pulling that bad boy back and forth like a man, back and forth like a saw on a tree, back and forth, 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 and I'm going side to side. I'm getting the deep rooted parts in the back of my buttocks and everything like that, and I wasn't paying attention, and the rag, the shirt, got hung up on the oten. And when I pulled it down like this, it got hung up on the oten, and the oten ripped it asunder. It just split it right down the fucking middle. When I pulled it up like this, the oten cut it like a knife. Like a fucking knife, the oten cut it. And then I looked down and I had two fucking half shirts. The oten, when I was pulling it around everything, working it through everything, and cleaning everything up, the oten hung up on the oten and it split it like this. It split it asunder. I don't know what you guys think about that, but it was a fucking harrowing experience knowing the price of these shirts. Plus, I was worried that some of the oten would have been damaged, but it didn't happen like that. The oten is safe. The oten was saved. It was saved by the large bronze fucking boys saved the oten. Okay? Now, let me sit down here for a moment. Let's see if yeah. I gotta go get the worm drive. Marvelous Mark. Let me go get the worm drive, and then I'll come back and read what you think about the rag, the shirt being ripped asunder by the oten. Imagine getting the shirt hung up on the oten, and then I pulled, and the oten split the shirt asunder. This is it's a fucking miracle, I tell you. Jesus, what do you think? Whoa! Fazio has the most powerful oten in the universe. The oten power split asunder like the tapestry when Jesus was crucified on the cross. The oten split this pink shirt asunder. That's right, baby. Get up there, Jesus. All right, let me go get a worm drive. I got to open everything up anyway. Let me read. I'll read first. Jack Thompson. Less law, more poor. Less law, more poor. That means let's go straighten it out ourselves. I like that. Jack Thompson is not the mole. That motherfucker lied again. Jack Thompson. Salamat, Jack. and Marvelous Mark. I like the work focus, Mr. Fazio. Good direction. Thank you, Marvelous Mark. Thank you. Now, Marvelous Mark is going to make the super chat pot bang like a mofo. Bang like a mofo. Marvelous Mark. The king of the dark. We thank you from our biggest heart. Marvelous Mark, the king of the dark. We thank you from the infamous heart. Salamat, Marvelous Mark. I gotta get outside. Let me see what you guys said about this. We'll watch. No money, no honey. You're free to go. That's okay. I understand, Simo, about the mortgage a little bit. It's been so long since I did finance on that level. Can I ask Pepita to be quiet? Holy shit. Holy shit, this fucking super chat. You guys are fucking me all up here. Looks better than some of my work shirts. LOL. Phoenix in the Philippines. Mr. Fazio, I heard you talk about the beambox. You can explain it to me what it is, please. Okay? A beambox is a horizontal I'll make a beam. I'm making a beam box for you, Phoenix, in the Philippines. Okay. You have a vertical column that has 4 sides. This is 3 of the 4 sides. Now, let me fold this a little differently so you don't see all that shit. Let me just fold it so that there's no writing to interfere with what I'm going to explain. Okay. So this is 3 of 4 sides of a beam box. This would be the 4th side. This is a column, vertical column. It's the same as a beam box, except that a vertical column will have these 3 sides. The metal, the rebar, the steel will go inside the vertical box. The box will be covered off like this, 4 sides, and you'll pour concrete into the top of the column box. That's a vertical column, and the rebar will be in here, sticking out of the top of the pour. A beam box is a horizontal box like this, and it's 3 sides, left side, right side, and bottom. And the steel goes in here like this, lengthwise. It might have, my beam boxes are 17 inches. I'm going to make them close to 19, but they're 17 inches on the plans. So you'll have a 32 bar here, a 32 bar in each corner, and then you'll have 20 bars, 2 20 bars in between, and then 6 20 bars in the middle. So you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bars around the outside perimeter of the heavier beam boxes. And then inside the beam box, you can put more steel. You can put as much steel as you want. They have a minimum requirement, and you can add more. The rebar, let's say this is a piece of rebar, and it's in a beam box or a column. If this is a 1/2 inch rebar, we're just going to use this as an example. That means that you have to have 3 diameters of the rebar used. Three diameters. So 3 diameters of the rebar. So if this is a 1/2 inch piece of rebar, you have to leave 1.5 inches, 1.5 inches of, hold on, this is fucked up. I'll make, okay. You have to leave 1.5 inches of concrete. So here is your beam box, right here. This is your 1/2 inch bar. You have to leave 3 diameters of this bar. 1 diameter, 2 diameters, 3 diameters. This outside piece here, this has to be 1.5 inches of concrete. It doesn't matter if it's vertical, horizontal, or it's deck work. The closest bar to the plywood form has to be 3 diameters of the closest bar away from the outside edge of the concrete after the pour. So if I could draw a little drawing of this, I will. I'm going to draw this out for you and put it on a placard. Okay. I'm going to give you the measurement of the rebar, and I'm going to give you the measurement of the concrete so that you have an idea what I'm talking about. Okay, so this measurement here, if this was the beam box, if this outside perimeter is the beam box, this little thing that says 1/2 inch, that's the diameter of this piece of rebar here. You have to have, if the diameter of the rebar is 1/2 inch, you have to have 1.5 inches of cement between the edge of the bar and the box from both sides. Now this is the top, 1.5 inches. If it's the bottom, 1.5 inches. If it's the side, 1.5 inches of concrete on the outside edge. Now the difference between a beam box and a vertical column is the fact that the beam box only has 3 sides. It has a bottom, it has 2 sides. When you pour the concrete in the beam box around the metal, you just float the top of the beam box off. That's one way to pour. Now, unless Phoenix in the Philippines asked this question, I'm covering his question. Now, there's another way to pour this beam box as well. It's called a monolithic pour. This would be a non-monolithic deck pour, non-monolithic. So if you put the rebar in the box and you had your 1.5 inches on the bottom and the sides and 1.5 inches over the top of the metal, that's a non-monolithic beam box pour. Now, of course, from this beam box, you would have other pieces of metal sticking out, waiting for the floor to be poured. So that there would be rebar coming up out of the beam box and going left or right or horizontal, forward and back. If you were going to pour a monolithic pour for a deck on my hotel or house, then your beam box would be filled up with concrete, and then there would be, the deck would be on top of it. So it would be one pour all at once, where you'd have masons floating the floor. So you'd have your beam box pour with your steel, then you'd have your steel for your deck going across, and then you'd have one pour. It would all be one pour. So this cement would be one piece, not 2 pieces. That's a beam box. And if you have any more questions, if there's something you didn't understand, because I'm just doing this with a piece of paper on the internet, and if you don't know what that is, it may have been hard for me to describe it. But if you're welcome to ask a question, and thank you very much. That's a beam box. If someone else is here that knows more about this than me, and I described this wrong. I want you to post that I am incorrect. I want to hear that, because I don't think that's going to happen, of course, but I may not have described every word properly. I know how to build them. I know how to float them. I know how to monolithic pour them, but that's the way I would describe concrete work. So Phoenix in the Philippines, not only do you get, that's a great comment, that's a great question. I thank people for questions like that, because questions like that will prove to the fucking world whether or not I know how things are done. Now, I don't think Phoenix in the Philippines was being facetious. I think Phoenix in the Philippines knows how to build a beambox. So if I'm wrong about that, I want to be corrected. And then I stand corrected if I'm wrong about that, but I don't think I am. Now, that beambox is also going to be attached to the vertical columns with steel. So you can attach everything in one. So you could theoretically pour your monolith. You could pour your vertical columns, your beambox, and your deck at the same time. That's a lot of pouring, but it's not that hard when you think about it. And if you have a good vibrating tool like I have ordered, it shouldn't be a problem at all. So thank you, Phoenix in the Philippines. Thank you very much for the question, because it proves either I'm stupid and I'm a liar, or I'm a bullshit artist, I'm a fucking idiot. It either proves that, or it proves I have a little knowledge of concrete work. Wow, we made a lot. Salamat. So I'm waiting. I'll get this. I got to get the freaking worm drive. Hey, Mike, looks like Axl Rose from the rock band. Love the shirt. Let's start the bidding. That would be nice. Ha, ha, ha. Phoenix, wow. Thank you very much, Phoenix. So I hope that if I made a mistake describing what a beambox is, I hope that I can be corrected. Thank you. Frank, are these super chat colors psychedelic, baby? John Escape hits me hard again. Oh, Phoenix in the Philippines. Jack Thompson. I really want to know about that, since I'm thinking about having a house built in the Philippines. I think it's worth money to get an answer to it. Phoenix, tell you what, from now on, from this day forward, anytime you want a question answered, you don't have to super chat me a penny. I'll answer your question for no. You didn't have to do it then anyway, and I probably would have explained what a beambox was anyway, because it's a great question. But from now on, Phoenix, no super chat is necessary for me to go out of my way to answer your question. Thank you. John Escape. Oh, he's hitting me. He's gonna get a pot banging, John is. Jesus. Because John is a very religious man. Jesus, come on down here. Say hello to John Escape. Jesus. Jesus. He's banging a pot. He's making a lot. He's kicking ass on YouTube, baby. Amen. Amen. Jesus sends Phoenix in the Philippines. Jesus sent Jack Thompson to John Escape and the other man's blue. Salamat, marvelous Mark. Salat, just Canadian. Salamat, the Bantayan. Salama, Jack Thompson, and Norwegian cryptocurrency, Norwegian crypto storm. Salamat. Okay. Oh, God, you guys don't stop. The Oten. The Oten, I see that. I let the rainbow begin. Maybe it will shed some light on the Cebu troll, says John Escape. Thank you, John. Ed Lippett, good morning, sir. Good morning. That was a great show you put on with MJ the Flipper. That fucking man deserves, wow, he deserves some shit that I can't talk about. But he's in for a fucking world of shit when he gets back to America, yeah? The shit storm he's causing. I hope that his fucking tenants watch that show where he's gonna throw them the fuck out. I hope his tenants watch that. And he has the right to do that, but not in today's times. Ed Lippett. Ed Lippett, thank you for stopping by. That means a lot to me to see your name up on my screen, Ed. Thank you. You and I go back. You are one of the fucking. You have more integrity. If there's a level of the highest possible integrity, Ed Lippett has that. And I have a relationship for a very long time. Friendship relationship with Ed Lippett. Thank you for being my friend, Ed. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you saying hello. Louis Paganpots, the Oten, God of Thunder. Make some rumbling sounds with that pot, baby. The Oten rent asunder. The Oten rented asunder the pink shirt. Fucking, the Oten, I was sliding that fucking shirt back and forth across the boys, and the Oten fucking got hung up on one edge of the fucking shirt and just ripped that fucking shirt asunder. To the great Oten. The Oten ripped the shirt asunder. The great Oten made the sound of asunder on the super chat pot. On the super chat pot. Where the hell else do I get my own serenade? Thank you, Marvelous Mark. I'm glad you enjoyed it. 3 a.m. and my neighborhood said they don't believe you can bang a pot louder than Michael. And I will bang a pot at the same time to cheer them all up. Ha ha. Sin Simo, baby. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I think you live in the UK, if I remember correctly. Go ahead, bang that pot. Bang it fucking good. Bang a pot. See what happens. I like that. What you should do is just put it through a pair of fucking speakers, and it will save you all the trouble of banging a pot. My dad and granddad own concrete mixers, Pioneer Concrete, and a plant. I have no idea how it works in the Philippines. Pioneer, and I have it. You can order concrete in trucks. It comes in 6 cubic meter trucks. They don't have 13 cubic meter trucks like they have in America. And you can order a pump truck that will pump up 5 floors. I mean, they have pump trucks here in Bohol that you can go up 60 feet from the ground with these pump trucks. Maybe more, but I've seen them go up 5 stories. Phoenix in the Philippines. Thanks, hoodwinked by an angel. That explained more than I could get from the guy I am talking to for building for 2 months. I understand it now. I can make sure they use the correct rebar. Well, no, the rebar that I used was an example, Phoenix. If you're using 3/4 inch rebar, and that's the closest rebar to the form, then you have to go 3 thicknesses of 3/4, which is 2 1/4 inches of concrete. It doesn't matter what size rebar. The closest rebar to the edge of the form has to have 3 diameters of concrete on the outside. So, Phoenix, if it was a 2-inch rebar, then you'd have to have 6 inches of concrete on the outside. That's the way it works. That's American law. And when we built bridges, when we used 2-inch rebar, we had 6 inches of concrete. Now, the reason for that is so that the salt water doesn't penetrate into the rebar, but also fresh water. So they just make it a standard building nomenclature, 3 diameters of the outside rebar. So that means even if you have straight rebar close to the edge of a piece of concrete, it still has to be. Even the rebar doesn't have to be parallel to the plywood. It could be come in on straight like a T-bone. If this is 3/4, it still has to be 2 1/4 inches of concrete. If this is 1/2 inch, it has to be 1 1/2 inches of concrete. The closest rebar to the form, 3 diameters of concrete around the perimeter of the form. That's how it works. And you're welcome and thank you. Jack Thompson says, Michael explained it properly. Thank you, Jack. Because he is a real man, the Pope of Bahal. Michael McFarland says, I understood that great explanation. Thank you, Michael McFarland. And I did that off the top of my head, right? You know I don't have a computer because I'll show you. I don't have a computer on my desk. All I got is my tablet holder, and I have no computer. I am computerless. I have no computer, baby. I'm working off of life experience here. Thank you. I'm going to go get the skill saw in a moment. I guess it will go up to 10 now. Okay, my neighbor said he will donate 5 punches to me for waking him up. LOL. Now it will go up to 10. I want you to get a big pair of speakers, Sensimo. Get a pair of external speakers with a 15-inch woofer and put it out the window, and I'll bang a pot for you, baby. I'll bang a pot. Pretty boy Kirkevic, you are more advanced than me, Mike. Dead on. Monolithic pour. The stem wall pour, not good for that. Too many bugs and snakes, it sounds like that. Oh, God. That snakes like those creepy crawler bugs and frogs and toads and anything that likes moisture. Cockroaches love moisture. That's funny. And if anybody thinks they can just kick out the tenants now, they will laugh at him and piss on his fucking feet. Won't go anywhere with that. In the United States, a monolithic pour is code. In Southeast Asia, you can pour it in segments. Not ideal. That's true. Ed Lippett, I feel you don't have to show anything if they don't believe what you're doing for them. It's okay. I'm down to the bottom. I'm going to go get the skill saw. London, Ed Lippett, no. The new venue is to describe. Ed Lippett, thank you for standing up for my rights, and that what I've always stood on, that I don't have to show them the plans or the permits unless they want to pay me large sums of money in front of the building department. That I agree. But my new venue for my new show is that anytime anybody has any fucking construction question, I will answer it. If they choose to send me Super Chat money for answering their question, any intelligent question given to me during the course of my shows, now that I'm in the building mode, I will answer and prove each time that I have full knowledge of construction. And if I don't, I'll just say I don't. There are some things I don't know about. I don't know electronics, but I know electric. So thank you, Ed. Sensimo, thank you, Ed Lippett. But if I have the time, I'll take the time. Thank you. London, I'm at Michael, but my main residence is in the country next to a farm, but working until Monday and home. London. Man, there is so much fucking heritage, so much history in London. It would, I mean, I lived in New York and had the history of all those beautiful buildings, but London would be probably my next wish, want, and or desire city to see. The way buildings were built, because they go back 300, 400, 500 years in London. Thank you for sharing. The Vertical Lip Hotel is real. John Escape, beautiful country, England. Been there for horse racing since Simo. And Simo says, ha ha ha, would love that, Michael, but the Londoners are not very friendly right now. Let me go get a worm drive skill saw to show you that I have one and to show you how it works. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get this, I'm down to the bottom of the, to the comments. So I'm going to take this tablet outside and set it up outside. So it's going to go, I'm going to grab it. I'm going to grab it from the end so it doesn't change direction or shut off. Unfortunately, I stuck my finger over the top of the screen, but I'm still here. Alrighty, I'm gonna show you the painted works now. I'm gonna show you what I painted. Hold on, where am I? Am I here still? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna show you what I painted yesterday. I'll show you my back, the lower 40. Okay, all right, so here is where am I here? Okay, this is my back workbench that I said it was 16 feet long, but it's just a little longer than that. So there is the end of it over there. Over there is the end of it. It's 16 feet. So that's the end of it over there. And then this is my top where I had the wheelbarrows, right? So, and then I told you I had chickens under here. I don't lie about that shit. The chickens right there are the eggs. Right there, you see the egg there? And you see the other egg over there? This was where the chickens have been laying eggs for about 2 years. So I have this work table in the back. This is going to be my power miter table. So let me just pull this off right now. And then there's people out there that still doubt the word of the fascia, but don't doubt the word of the fascia. You'll be on the losing end of the stick every time. If you doubt what I say, then your words will come back and bite you in the ass. All right, it's hung up. It's hung up on something in the back there. So on the bottom here, I have my power washing wand, and then I have a deck ready for plywood. I just have to get some plywood and put it on there. And that's like storage. And on top here will be the power miter. And that's why the deck is 16 feet long, because I can put the power miter anywhere along this 10-foot edge, along this 16-foot platform, anywhere. And then I can have, like, say I had 14-foot lumber to cut. I could just bolt the power miter on that end over there, or this end over here. And I don't have anything 14 feet to cut. But at 16 feet, this bench will allow me to put the power miter in the middle of the bench, cut 8 foot minimum, but I can always extend the bench by just taking a piece of plywood and extending the bench. In 20 minutes, I can make a 4-foot extension on the bench and then put my stop on the extension. So I should be able to cut 12-foot wood, 14-foot wood, 16-foot lumber, no problem at all. My big problem right now is to get, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump up there. Here is the wedge for the 1908 wheelbarrow. This is my pattern. This is the one that's left. This is 112 years old, this piece of wood. 112 years old. So let me pull over my car. I have a thing I got to work on cars. It's actually for working on motors. It's very strong. You can pick up as much as, you could put 300 pounds on this little stand. Okay. Okay. Here's one of the chicken eggs, and here's another one. This one didn't hatch, but 7 or 6 chicks did hatch. So now there's another stanchion right there. So underneath this bench are 4 of those stanchions. That third stanchion is to extend it an additional 8 or 10 feet. But I won't need that on this job. Now these stanchions are what I build my workstations out of for the last 40 years. I've had these stanchions. So whenever I set up a construction site, I would take this table right here, this table here, and put it on the construction site. Or build a new deck for it if I had to have an 8-foot wide deck or 6-foot wide deck. I would build it right on the job, make it wider. Okay, that's not hooked up anymore. Hung up again. Those notches are from previous places that the deck has been constructed and then taken apart. That's why those notches exist. So each time I build the deck new, I might have to put the stanchions in a different place and then change the notches in the deck. So this piece of tarpaulin, this has to come with me. It has to be cleaned. Okay, now you get an idea. The reason I took the tarp off is to show you the deck. So here is the right end of the 16-foot deck. And then there is, on the far end over there, is the far end of the 16-foot deck. That's my power miter station. Now, how strong is it? It's strong enough to put 1,000 pounds on, no problem. It's strong enough to put 40 sheets of plywood on top of this deck, no problem. And this is why it's that strong. It's got the metal stanchions right there. Where is it? Hold on. It flips sides. Okay, it's got these metal stanchions. These stands will hold up 2,000 pounds each. And they're mounted on top of 6x6 pressure-treated lumber with another 2x6 on top. And they're not screwed down they're bolted down with 3-inch galvanized lag bolts. So this is 3/4 inch exterior grade plywood. This is 3/4 inch exterior grade plywood, and this, the bolts are countersunk down into the plywood with 1-inch washers right here. Those are countersunk down with 1-inch washers, and I have one on this side, but in the back side I have 2, and the same for the other stanchion. So let me show you how Michael Fazio works. Let me clean this bench up for you in under 2 minutes. I'm going to show you the power of the Faz. I'm going to clean this bench up in under 2 minutes. I know you don't believe that, but remember what I said earlier. When you doubt Fazio, you're going to lose. And this is the engine cover from a boat I built. This is an engine cover from a boat I built in 1973, 74, 75, and 76. This is aircraft grade fir plywood, 1/2 inch, 9-ply, and mahogany frame. I'll show that to you another day. In the meantime, what I want you to do is sit quietly, and I am going to clean that entire bench in 90 seconds. So, for those of you who doubt the word of the Faz, that's a bad bet. So let me show you what I did yesterday. Here is the red lead on the old 1977 S11 wheelbarrow. It's red leaded. I only did the nose because the rest of the wheelbarrow gets painted yellow. But this red lead has dried and is like a glass coat now. And I also did the supporting, the pieces that go across the front of the wheelbarrow, like that right here. That's going to get welded in place there. And then there are 2 of them for this wheelbarrow. Barrow, B-A-R-R-O, barrow. And this red lead is 1.5 coats of red lead, applied properly, dried, and then inside here, this is the most important part of this job. Guapo! Mayan bunta, amigo, palihog. What is today? Saturday? Friday or Saturday? Are you going to be home tomorrow? I want to give something for dinner for you, okay? Ugma, remind me. Okay? Okay. For the familia. Yeah. Ugma. It's frozen now. Okay. This is am I still with, are you still with me? I know I'm with me. Okay. This is, look at the gloss on this. This is a real red lead. Now this is not a holiday. Although it looks like a holiday, what happened was it got scratched up when I flipped it over. Not a problem. I'll just put another coat on here. But I took that red lead and I filled up this crack right even with the top. In other words, I filled it solid all the way around. And then the paint that was up to this solid area here, it seeped down underneath the metal band that's in there. So the next thing I do will be to fill it up one more time. So basically I'm filling up this void with red lead paint, which means never will water ever hit the metal inside the band again. And I'm also taking these pieces here as a preliminary caution, a cautionary to breaking. I'm taking these pieces here. This one goes to the left side and this one goes to the right side. I'm taking these pieces, I'm going to bang it into the wedge, down here into the wedge. It wraps around in there, it just needs a little bending, a little love. And then I'm going to weld these into the bead after the next coat of red lead fills up the void. So here it is right here. Okay. Well, you can see how it goes. Just needs a little love, a little hammer love. So this will be to restructure the front, and then on top of this, on top of those two pieces, when I get them welded in place, then I'll put another band just across 6 or 8 inches of the front and contour it to the front here. This will give me 1/4 of an inch of metal that will never allow the front to bend. And I'll do the same thing on this. What was I? There's my Sealy tray is becoming quite popular. Now I have 4 neighbors and the men who come and install the fiber and globe. They all come to me and ask me for Sealy, and I give it to them freely. Sealy. Wapo, mein Buntag, you need something? No? Okay. Okay, so what did I say? You guys are going to sit there and watch me. Oh, here's the wheelbarrow. Isn't that a brand new wheelbarrow? Sure looks like a fucking brand new wheelbarrow. My God. If that doesn't look like a brand new wheelbarrow, then what does? Holy shit. Fazio has a new wheelbarrow. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy on the dusty... It's getting ready to be painted too. Fazio has a new wheel and it's getting ready to be painted yellow. Oh my God, look at that brand new wheelbarrow. Look at the way it shines. It's shining. Look at that. New gears, no grease on the teeth, no wear and tear on the teeth. Whoa. Let's take this dog. Let's take the dog. Let's make this fucking idiot on the dusty island look more like a fucking idiot every day. Let's take the dog. Watch this wheel. When you kick this dog up with an empty wheelbarrow, it's one thing. But when it's full, it will break your fucking back or your leg. So let's take the dog, kick it up, and watch what happens. This dog is in a set of gears. Watch. See that? Now the wheelbarrow's facing up. We'll give it a little schmutz down like this. Lock it, dog it, and then we'll show you the brand new fucking wheelbarrow. Ain't that a motherfucker? A brand new wheelbarrow with no cement inside, no cement on the paddles. Motherfucker, Fazio. Fazio, you motherfucker, you have a brand new wheelbarrow. Wow. What are you going to do with that? You can't be building something. You don't know how to do anything, you stupid bastard. Fazio, fucking liar. Bakakun comment. Let me read the comments and then I'll get the, and then I'll show you how I clean that thing in 60 seconds. Okay, hold on. I have it so I can see. I'm going to read the comments. Okay, Ed Lippett. Up to 10. Okay. Pretty Boy Korkevic, you might be more advanced than me, but dead on. Monolithic paw, stem wall paw, not good. That's right. Pretty Boy, that's funny. If anybody think they can just kick out tenants, that's bullshit. That's true. Jack Thompson, United States monolithic paw is code. That's true. I don't have to show anybody, but now with my new venue, Ed, I am showing people at requested intervals how to do things. Sensimo Travels, ha ha ha, would love to, Michael. The Londoners with the noise. Try working with a worm drive saw for 8 hours. Wait till you see how I set the worm drive up on that workstation. It'll make it a lot easier for you to understand. The hotel build can work out perfect. Get done right as tourism is really kicking up from the people that the quarantine kept out. That's true. That is true, Marvelous Mark. There are a lot of people waiting. Prunk lives in a house that real men built. That's right. Oh, God. That's so true. Barrow. B-A-R-R-B-A-R-O-W. Barrow, not barrel. That's correct. That's the correct word. All right, now, let me see what you can see, and then I'll show you what I can see. And what I think you're going to need to see is something from up here. Well, I got to get electric. Electric is right here. All right, I got the electric. Okay, let me plug this tablet in. Then I'll bring you in the back momentarily. What can you see? Can you see what I see? Not really. Okay. All right, it feels like a song. Can you see what I see? Can you see what I see? Look at that, more fucking tools. Holy shit. Fucking guy doesn't know anything about anything, and he's got fucking tools. What's he doing with all that shit? Holy shit. What a fucking fraud he must be. Now he's fucking deceiving everybody by showing people tools that he doesn't know how to use. Again, the deception is real. Okay. Ready? I'm going to be back in a minute, and then I'm going to show you how to clean that bench in 90 seconds. All right. Up. I fall down. Okay. Well, I'll clean up the whole bench in 90 seconds, but I won't be able to use the tool I'm going to use and move the cam around. So I'll clean the bench in 90 seconds. And then I'll show you that the bench is clean after I'm done. Oh, hold on a minute. Yep, Fazio doesn't know a fucking thing about construction. Fazio has tools he doesn't know how to use. Fazio's never going to build anything. And fuck you where you breathe, you motherfucking lying scumbag. What was that, 10 seconds, yeah? Oh, he's into it for 10 seconds and he's not done yet. Holy macaroni. 10 seconds already and he's not done yet. Holy shit. the plug won't reach any further. So this stuff here, the little bit that's left here, you just take this, like this, right? And this is like a broom, but it's a wood broom. Okay? That's just tree leaf. That's tree debris right there. Where is that creepy little motherfucker? What commenter is he hiding under now? That creepy little motherfucker. Where is he? What fucking troll account is he working under now? Ready? Well, the rain will wash the rest of that off. But I could have did it in 90 seconds, but I can't reach over there with the... I lied. I fucking lied. Now, why am I doing that? Because this tree provides shade, and that's where I'll be putting this shit together if I decide to do it today. So, the worm drive, right? We were at the worm drive. The crucible worm drive. Let me go get that. Being that I'm not painting, I can't see because of the sun. Well, I still can't see. I can't see what you can see, that's for sure. Let's see, where is this? You can only see the bottom of the wheelbarrow. Now, let's see if I go like this. You should be able to see a little bit more. All right, I need to get a shim. Yeah, where's that little motherfucker apologizing, saying that I didn't know how to use tools? Where is that little motherfucker hiding? And he is an insidious little piece of shit, that's for sure. Okay, you can see where I'm going to be next. Okay. Do you hear him apologizing that Fazio doesn't smoke 3 cigarettes a day? Fazio doesn't drink alcohol. Fazio is building something. Fazio does own tools. You hear that little scumbag? That fucking honorary piece of shit? Do you hear him apologizing? Do you hear him eating his fucking words? How does it taste, motherfucker, to eat your words? So for those of you who don't understand what the insidious little motherfucker is doing, I'll tell you what the insidious, creepy little motherfucker is doing. He's trying to get as many people possible to threaten him, so he can run like a little fucking rat bastard that he is to the PNP. That's his fucking plan. Now, I understand he had some kind of, the tribunal was, fuck you and your tribunal. Fuck you where you breathe and your tribunal. Eat shit and bark at the moon, you fucking rat bastard. Just wait till next time when the NBI contacts you. That ought to be fucking interesting to see his face then. Alrighty, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try something. I don't think it's gonna work. I'm gonna try it anyway. Hold on a minute. Yeah, can't do it that way. Hold on a minute. It's a long shot, but I'm going to take it. You're going to have to hold on a minute. I got to get this machine out of here so I could do something else on the property. I probably have to go to the city and buy a battery, but I'm going to try one more thing. The Bendix isn't throwing out now. Oh boy. I'll have to go short it out a different way. I gotta get some tools. I'll be back. Gonna go get the worm drive for sure. I'll be back. Gonna get a screwdriver for sure. I'll be back in about 90 seconds. I'm going to break out all the tools I need to get the rest of the, well, what I'm going to do over here today, I'm going to break the tools out for this. This is how you, yesterday I told you about putting hand cream on in the morning before you work with oil or paint. You just slather it on. This is nothing more then Head and Shoulders shampoo, thinned out, with a little bit of water. And I just slather it on my arms like this in the morning. And then any grease I get on my arms or paint, make sure you get it under your fingernails. Any grease or paint you get on your arms, this will dry in about 5 minutes. At the end of the day, you wash your arms with soap and water. If you have oil-based paint on your arms, soap and water. Latex paint on your arms, soap and water, and a rag, a scrub brush, a little like a scrunchie, and it'll knock everything right off. Just let this dry under your fingernails, and that's it. You're done for the day. One time you put it on in the morning. Now I'm going to go up on top of the machine. I got to move this machine a little bit away from the back area there, because I can't walk past the back of the machine and the bench. I want to move it up 2 feet. So I'm going to try to start it. Again. I need a hammer. The Bendix is hanging up. Why, I don't know. It should not be hanging up. It's brand new. But the machine hasn't started in a while. So I will go and I will tap the side of the Bendix and the side of the hammer together. And we'll see if there's any persuasion, if there's any love. No love. piece of shit. No love. Brand new Bendix, 60 bucks. It probably doesn't have 20 starts on it, and it won't work. It won't work. Huh. That, it might be off a tooth. Okay, Bendix kicked out, but the batteries are dead. So, that means I gotta buy a battery. And that's the end of that. I gotta get the okay for that. Then when I get the okay for that, then I'll go buy a fucking battery. Then I can move this fucking machine. And that'll be the end of that. Okay. Alrighty. I tried. I got it. It wasn't the Bendix so much as a low battery. That's what it was. That's what it is. I thought that's what it was. The fucking battery reads 13 volts and it's got 13 volts but got no power. So, $180 will fix that problem. All right, next project, worm drive. Worm drive coming up. Worm drive on its way. Worm drive delivery, baby. Oh shit. Okay, I will explain the principle and how a worm drive works and the advantage of a worm drive skill saw. I will also explain to you that it's not possible, what is possible and what's not possible with a worm drive. Okay, so I'm coming. Let's talk about worm drives. Let me read the comments. And then, oh shit. I can't read the fucking comments from this angle. Damn it. Okay, and let's see what we could do here. The sun is overhead. It's hard for me to read the comments. Impossible for me to read the comments. Okay, not possible from this angle. I'm gonna have to take this away, put it in the shade, and then it's reconnecting. I don't even know if it's alive or not. Okay, now my glasses are foggy. All right, hold on. Get that fucking problem solved with this rag here. I washed off my, I rinsed my hair and my bandana, and I got my glasses wet. It's fucking hot out here, I'll tell you that right now. In the sun, it's 110 degrees. Maybe more. All right, so here we go. Comments. Okay. Yes, Marvelous Mark. Name is on the mixer already. You just don't know it. Thank you, Marvelous Mark. The Vertical Lips Hotel. Beautiful country, England. The Londoners would not be very friendly. That's where I was. Try working with a worm drive for 8 hours. So, Mandau Dugas, what's the property tax there? About 100 pesos a year. $2 a year, Mangro Dugas. Without a building on this, lot, I think they were paying 64 pesos a year. It might be up to 100 pesos a year now. Barrow is correct. What's up? Says, the truth lady, my friend is in the house. Honey, I've not been able to call you because I have no computer. As soon as I do have a computer, we'll continue that conversation we had last week. Go to the video entitled Breaking News. Go to the 22-minute mark. Jack, I suggest you copy that video before that insidious little scumbag takes it down. And you can't copy it on your tablet because if he puts it on fucking private, it'll disappear. Somebody's going to have to copy that for you, Jack. I suggest you get it done right away. Breaking news. Go to the 22-minute mark and listen to what that little scumbag says about me. Fuck you, prunk. You have no idea what's about to happen, you little snipe. Love watching men work with heavy equipment, says the truth lady. Marvelous Mark, your name is going on the cement mixer. Thank you for your interest in my channel, and thank you for your multiple donations. I appreciate the solenoid. I thought it was the solenoid, but it's the dead battery. Worm drive is a real man saw. Mandau Douglas, tribute to Michael Fazio video. What year was then when you were at the beach? I was moved to the beach in 1960, and I moved out of the beach in 1993. Truth lady, good to go. Okay, so let me show you how to work a worm drive, what it does, and what only a fucking real man can operate a worm drive, especially the one I'm going to show you now. There are different sizes. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Where the fuck am I? There are different size worm drives. This is a man's drive, a man worm drive. This isn't one of those fucking Tonka toy worm drives. You can buy them, the new ones made plastic Makita worm drives. You could take those and stick them up your ass and nothing happens. But this is a real man's worm drive. Okay. This worm drive, number one, it weighs 18 pounds. 18 pounds. So normally when I'm strong, and I will be strong again soon, I can handle this with one hand. Now I could cut down and I could cut across with one hand. But when I was young, I could also handle this worm drive up with one hand. Can't do that now. Well, in a few months, if all goes well, I'll be strong enough to use it again with one hand. So on this worm drive, this is an 8-inch Milwaukee. It has a guide, a safety guide, and you can put an 8 1/4 inch blade on here. It will cross cut with an 8-inch blade a 2.5 inch piece of material. So this is a 7-inch blade. It will go down 1.5 inches. But with an 8 1/4 inch blade, it'll cross cut a 2 1/4 inch, maybe 2 3/8 depth. So theoretically, you can cut a 3x6 with this. And this has a little bit more depth to go down. There's an adjustment on it here. And then you can either bring it down and cut minimal or push it all the way up. And with a 7-inch blade, cut about 2 1/4 inches. With an 8 1/4, you could cut 2 3/4 inches. Won't get much more. So you could see that. The guide is spring action. They all are spring action. And do not, I've seen people use this saw without a guide on it. I have one without a guide on it. It is only for men to use without a guide. And it is only for certain operations without a guide. It is not the kind of tool, skill saw is not the kind of tool you want to use without a guide. It will destroy your life in less than a second. So this one goes like this. It has a handle on the top of it because it's basically 2 hands on saw. I use it like that, but when I'm cutting down or across, I will take one hand off the saw. But I have nowhere near the strength needed to cut up with one hand. So I'm going to have to use 2 hands if I'm cutting up. Now you can use this for stripping forms that get stuck if you improperly form something and your form gets stuck between 2 beam boxes, you're a fucking idiot because you forgot to tape up your final board, the edge board. You should taper it about 5 degrees. Get into that when we get into concrete work. Now, it also has another adjustment on the front where you can cut on a 45-degree angle so that you change the plate. The angle of the plate will cut on a 45-degree angle. That's where I think I was saying 2 1/4 inches at a 45, 2.5 inches at, I forget what it is, 2.5 inches at a 45 and 3 inches at a 90, but you can cut on a 90 or a 45, and you do that by adjusting what is called the base plate, B-A-S-E, base plate. I haven't used this saw in 9 years, so it's a little froze up. Now, in here is oil. In here is an oil. Put 90 weight oil in here. 90 weight oil, because there's gears inside the saw. This saw is least likely to bind up because it has a 1 horsepower motor, plus it has a gear reduction in here that reduces the amount of revolutions for the blade, but increases the power 5 times, so it doesn't bind up so easy. And then here is how you get the blade off. On all worm drives is a lock. There's a pin here, right next to the oil fill. You push this pin in, and it locks the blade. So you can take the nut on and off. The blade, if you take the blade off the worm drive, all worm drives are reverse nuts. If you drop the nut and you lose the nut, you'll have to go back to a manufacturer to get the nut. Which is why, typically, as soon as I start using this saw, I'll paint this nut. It's pink now, because that's the color of the day, but I'll paint this yellow. So that if I drops on the floor, at least I might be able to see the yellow nut in a pile of sand or dirt. This saw is $350 US. It's an 8 1/4 inch Milwaukee saw, 8 1/4. Made by Milwaukee. I bought this saw in 1980. So this saw is 40 years old. And it still works just fine. But I think now, I paid $225 for it in 1980. I think an 8 1/4 inch worm drive is now about $325. All right, hold on a minute. I have a problem. I see a problem. The plug came out of the tablet. Do we still have juice here? Okay, we do. Okay. The plug, this is an original Milwaukee plug, 110 volt machine, and this is a number 10 cable. This saw draws 15 amps. 15. If you use this saw with a 50-foot extension cord, number 16 or 18 gauge 50-foot extension cord, the saw is going to draw more amperage than the cable will allow. You will burn up the motor on the saw if you start using it like 20% or 30% use, like 20 minutes an hour with a number 16 cable extension cord that's 50 or 100 feet long, you will burn up the armature. You need 15 amps. So that means you need a number 10 cord, and you can use a 100-foot number 10 cord, a 100-foot extension, but it has to be a number 10. You're not going to get away with using some piece of shit fucking $3 extension cord and use this saw. You'll burn up the saw. Okay, so with that, it looks like it's about 1 o'clock or close to it. I am not going to get much more done than painting because I have 3 hours of painting to paint. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to keep this saw in the bucket. Normally I keep the saw in a bucket like this, and I keep a blade in the bottom of the bucket. So this is now my bucket saw, because I'll be using this shortly. I did the bench in the back. The rain will clean the bench. You know what I'll do now? I'll get this tarpaulin out of here, because this serves no fucking purpose on the floor like this, all bunched up. So let me get that next. What you guys are going to have to do is take some dead air. You know what? I'll wait for one of my friends to go by and help me roll up this top. I'm going to throw this in the front of the car. Hold on. I'll be back in a minute. I'm not gonna furl it and fold it by myself. It will take like 10 minutes, but with help, I'll get one of my buddies to help me when he comes by, and we'll furl it up together. Unfurl it and fold it up. Remember before we were talking about that piece of shit's house when it's wet under the house with leaves? Look at the ants. And I saw like 5 cockroaches jump out of this tarpaulin a minute ago. There's ants, creepy crawlers, water bugs right there in the front there, water bugs. When you have a house that's 14 inches up off the ground, it fucking turns into a bug farm. Spike! No! No! Go home! Go home! Go home! Go home! Talked about this yesterday. Some scumbag, and I don't know who it was, took dogs from another neighborhood altogether. About 6 dogs from another neighborhood. I've never seen them before 2 days ago, and they took them and dropped them off on this local beach here. So rather than, they're all fucking mangy, they're pregnant, they're all no hair on half the dogs. We didn't have dogs like that last week. So instead of putting a fucking dog to sleep like it should be done, they brought fucking 6, 7, 8 dogs. I don't know, a lot of dogs with no fucking hair, mange filled with mange. Some of them are pregnant. I tell you what, man, if one thing that the Philippines needs in this government is a humane society that takes these dogs off the beach. We're talking 40 or 50 dogs will be on a beach. That's just not a healthy environment for children to be playing on the beach, because if a child gets bit, and that happened 4 years ago, a child got bit by one of the dogs on the beach, a friend of mine, he needed 17,000 pesos for the rabies shot, He got that from one of the other neighbors. And that guy, I'm pretty sure it was that guy, went and fucking, there were no more dogs. Dogs were all gone. Somebody cleaned up the fucking beach. Because if a child gets bit and one of these Filipino families has to spend 17,000 pesos for a doctor, that would put them in debt for life. So it's really not fucking fair to have all these stray dogs on the beach. And that has always been problematic here. The dogs are pretty much not, they're not angry dogs. They do walk up and yap at your leg when you walk by them. But to have a dog bite a child and then have the family have to spend more than their life savings, that's not fair. They should have some sort of entity, government entity that takes care of problems like that, and they don't. Okay, so being that what I'm going to do is what I said I'm going to do, paint for the rest of the day. Because it's already 1 o'clock and I have 3 hours of painting. So, painting that wheelbarrow yellow, but I'm going to be painting another coat of red lead on that bead. Okay, that's a fact. I can't see. Oh, yeah, now I could see. Okay, you can see what I'm going to be painting. Okay, so I'm going to get the red and I'm going to put it in this webbing again. And also in this webbing here, one more coat. So I need this and I need the whip. Here's the whip. I'm going to get the red lead now and put it in the bead like I told you. It's only going in the bead. It's not going on the can, on the barrel, or the barrel of the barrow. Okay, so that's going to happen. And then I'm going to take this paint here. I guess today's going to be a paint day because I have to get the shit painted. Then it has to get welded anyway. So there's no order. I could weld and then paint, but I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like welding and then paint. I'll paint everything, and then where I have to weld, I'll scratch down to the bare metal. So here is my cans of paint. This is Caterpillar yellow to the left on the bottom. No need. This is yellow. These are brushes. This is sun yellow. Okay, so first red lead, then sun yellow on the wheelbarrow. Next is the wheelbarrow, and then I'm going to take the sun yellow over to the cement mixer. Well, you know what? It's a beautiful day to paint the cement mixer. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the red lead, and then I'll move the tablet over, and you can watch me paint the cement mixer. Because I only have a half a gallon of yellow, which should be enough. And I'm not going to red lead only one section in the webbing of the cement mixer. So I need to go get the red lead. Got to get the brush. Got to get a screwdriver. Now this paint can go on as is. First the red lead, then the yellow. Okay, I'm going to get the red lead, and then I got to stir that up. Hello, Dominic. Mein Happen. Now, I did tell you yesterday, if it's not windy, I put the fan on, and it is not windy enough to paint. Not windy enough to paint. So I'm going to go into the container and get a commercial grade fan to put on me to blow the smell away from me. So I will be back in about, that'll take about 3 or 4 minutes to get it. It's in the back. Alrighty, we have two small problems. Two small problems. One, you're still with me here. Okay, I'm gonna take the tablet off and read the comments and see if anybody has a question about construction, and then I'm gonna put the tablet back in its place, and I'll tell you what the problem is. One of the problems is, in order to get to that fan in the back, I found about a gallon and a half of bad oil. That has to be put into this plastic container and stored, because in this open container like that, it's just going to be problematic. You can't leave it outside, and I can't have an open container of oil in the storage unit in case a hole gets on the bottom of in there. It'll make a mess on the floor. So I'm going to put this oil in that container. First problem. Second problem is my floor stand fan is in the other container. So I have two choices: to go get that fan or take the big 32-inch commercial duty fan out of the container, which will only take a minute. The other way, I'm going to take about 20 minutes. So I'm going to save some time by taking the floor fan out of the container. So okay. It would twist most men into a fucking pretzel. That is not a toy saw. That saw is a man saw, a real man saw. Okay, so we could all send JPEGs of our worm drives to Michael, and he can put them on a video to make a certain guy who has not tools feel inadequate. He feels inadequate enough right now, pretty boy Karkavik. He feels about as inadequate as possible, because everything he has tried to say about me, not knowing about tools, not having tools, not owning tools, not using fucking tools, is now backfiring into the little motherfucker's face. Mandow is a troll. I'm waiting since he's right in the line with his toes on the line to step over. Thank you, pretty boy Korkevik. Jack Thompson, pretty boy, gives him a thumbs up. He can go, says Jack Thompson. I don't know what he said, and I don't care, but my wrenchers are well aware of staying with their finger on the pulse. Maybe he should be called an orange man saw, if only he had one to put. Yeah, that fucking guy doesn't even know how to use a handsaw. I'll need to get a thicker gauge extension cord. Well, you can use it for light duty. If you're going to just make 1 or 2, 3 cuts, you know, say 1 cut every 5 minutes, you know, that's okay. But if you're going to, when I run that saw, I might run that saw for 2 hours without shutting it off. You need the industrial grade. The torque in that saw would definitely twist Prunk into a pretzel. Sounds like a dog gangbang is ensuing. Yeah. The new dogs are fighting with the old dogs, the dogs that have been here for years. What a pain at night. What a fucking shit show it is at night. I got bit by a dog in Bangkok. Then I went back and spray painted him the next day so I know who he was. I would have spray painted him too. Mike has prominent tricep muscles, unlike different pathetic skinny fat vlogger who has no literal muscle tissue on him, just paleness. Sick little fucking twisted little disgusting little fucking man. Everything you've learned about Michael is 100% bullshit. He enjoys great relationships with his neighbor. Wasn't hearing a dang thing for a minute there. Chat disconnected. Wait, we reconnected successfully. Louis Pagan Punts. Bad motor oil was used way back in the day to treat dogs that had mange. Works like a charm. I guess, it is a caustic, a light-duty caustic product. I guess you could use that. So I'm going to put the motor oil in the... I'm going to plug this back in. Thanks for the comments, guys. Anybody have construction equipment question? I'll be happy to help them if I can with that. And let me get... now, when I pour paint or oil from one container to another, I don't want to get that shit all over everything. So I try to put it in perspective. I'll put this container here inside this container here, so that any oil that spills outside the container still falls into a 5-gallon bucket. It's a better way to do things. And then I don't have to worry about getting oil all over my sawhorse. Up, accident. See, that shit happens. Thank God it fell on the floor. What a fucking mess that would have made, yeah? Yeah, that's what happens when you don't put it on something flat. Get over it. Yeah, baby. Now, that's a better place. Alrighty. Alrighty. It's good that I dumped this shit out of here because there was water in the bottom. Eventually it would have rusted out the bottom of this container. So I'm just going to turn this container upside down over here where the oil spilled out, and then I'll rinse it out with fresh water later and soap. Alrighty, I gotta get a little brush over there. Where's my bucket of brushes? Where is my bucket of brushes? Okay, there it is. Okay, that's done. Put right there. most of that fell right onto dirt, which I don't give a shit about. And the rest is going to get a little bit that fell on the wood bench. Is I have soapy water in here. I'll just rinse that off the bench, throw a bucket of clean water on it, it'll be gone momentarily. Now this soapy water that I'm using is very soapy water. It's not like something you would use to clean your hands. It's what you would use to degrease something that I was using to degrease the cement mixer. So this will cut it and break it right, and it's gone. I'm almost done right now. Another few seconds. That's what happens when you're in a hurry. Actually, there's a bunch of reasons for that. What happened was a leaf went into the funnel, and the funnel filled up and caused a tipping point in the bucket. Not that it matters, because it all fell on deaf ears. Now with this, I'll take the fluid that's left in here. I'll put that there, and I'll dump this soapy water in here. Like that. I'll put my soapy water bucket over there and make a fresh supply. And then I'll just take this like this and wash it around inside the bucket. And then I'll have a clean bucket for, now this bucket originally was meant to measure. I'll use it for a water bucket for the cement mixer. I have my steel buckets will be used to put water in. So for every mix in the cement mixer, there'll be a certain amount of 5-gallon plastic buckets of sand, 1 bag of Portland, a certain amount of 5-gallon buckets of gravel. And these metal buckets are not good for the sand or the gravel, but they're good for water. They'll be good for anything, but mostly what I use the metal buckets for are water, because they're light and they're easy to manhandle. Well, I have my reasons, but that's what my reasons are. So this bucket had oil in it because it's been in where it was inside the container for at least, well, 2 years ago was when I changed the oil on that machine. Oh no, a year ago. And it's been under the bench for a year. And how did I find it? Well, I got the rest of the parts for the old cement mixer, the old wheelbarrow, were under the bench, and this bucket was in front of the parts. So we're doing this one step at a time. Everything that needs to get done is going to get done in the order it needs to be done in. Okay, so what we have here is soapy water with a little bit of oil in it, and I'll fix that right now. I'm going to go get a bucket of water. I'm going to clean out the rest of this bucket, the oil from here, a little bit of oil and water that's in here. And then I will be painting this yellow also, so that the water does not rust the inside of the bucket when I use it for a water bucket to build the hotel. Okay. It's a lot of planning. A lot of planning goes into building a structure like this. I want to have all the tools ready when I start. Yes, this is the kind of shit. See inside here, those pieces of wood? This is the kind of shit that got stuck in the funnel and a leaf, and that's what tipped over the bucket to begin with. Here's a leaf. Not that it hurt anything. The half of this is water. So I can still use it on the tracks of the track hoe. Just slather it on. It's not a problem. Very little went in here at all, hardly anything, less than an ounce. So I'm gonna go make a batch of soapy water to clean this bucket, the funnel, and the can. And I'll be back, and the brush. I'll be back in about 90 seconds. Alrighty, I have my soapy water, and now I'm going to go get a bucket of clean water to rinsing with. All right, clean water, soapy water, and I found another bucket that's going to get painted, and I'll paint buckets a different color. Green will be for gravel, brown will be for gravel, white will be for sand. I'll leave the white buckets white, and the steel buckets will be for the water. Okay, let's get this, put this in here. Put this down here for now, let it drain out. Put this over here. Now, a lot of people, oh, look at, you have to do this work first. You can't start a job and do this as you go along. I can't hire people to do this. They don't know how to do these things here. You could explain it to them how to do it, and then it takes as long to explain it to the people here to do what I want to do. Of course, they can clean buckets, but they wouldn't know to put 14 buckets together. So I have close to that many buckets. That's to make one mix, so there's no mistakes in how many shovels go in. You need 3 buckets for the water. You need 3 buckets for the gravel, and you need 6 buckets for the sand. So that's 12. And then if you have, you need 12, about 12 buckets. I'm not sure how much to go. Depends on the mix you want to make for your one bag. So you need at least 12, and I think I have 12 buckets now. With what I brought from New York, I should have 12 buckets. But you really got to do this work before you start building. You can't do it later on. It just doesn't work. You'll have to, every day you have to stop. Your momentum is stopped, ends abruptly to build a bench. Your momentum stops to paint the wheelbarrow. Your momentum stops to put, I need to put wire on this bucket so it has a handle. Or rope. Your momentum stops to mix paint. Your momentum stops to clean up a mess. You get everything ready and you line it all up and then you go. Now I'm not in any hurry because I still don't have the rebar bender, and I'm working on a price to get the steel. I don't like the price the guy gave me. I don't like it. He can go down 20% and still make a fortune on my steel order. So I'm gonna go to all the suppliers, and I'm gonna put the order on the table, and I'm gonna get a price from each supplier. I won't hide the prices from one another. When they give me a price, I'll show them the other person's price, and I'll say to them, right now my first order for materials is gonna be about $5,000. But the price of the steel that went up 30%, there's no reason for that. I would be willing to pay a 10% increase from last time, considering 2 things. There is no construction going on now. So they're not making any money. So what they do here is they raise the price to make up for the money they're losing by not having construction going on, instead of lowering the price so they'll sell more materials. So I will make them an offer. If they don't like the offer, what I don't want to do, but what I will do is I will go to a supplier and say, look, I will give you this job. You will give me this price. And if they say yes, I will give them the whole job for all the cement, all the rebar, all the Portland, and all the masonry cement. And the first guy that I'm talking about has shit plywood. He has this fucking Philippines plywood. It's called phenolic plywood. You can use it one time. Do you think I'm going to spend $30 for a sheet of 3/4 inch plywood and use it one time, when they have boards for $100 that you can use 20 times? And he's trying to sell me this shit as if it's a fucking deal. It's only $30 a board. Yeah, and you can only use it once. The $100 boards you can use 20 times. Just on that note alone, I'm almost ready to not do business with him for that. Not because of the price of the board, not because of the quality of the lumber. That he has no control over that. But for trying to sell me something that's fucking useless for my future. I don't like that. I've given him enough money for he should treat me like a fucking, like a good customer. And I see it sometimes and I don't see it others. I need to see it every time. Okay, I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna move over, and then I'm gonna clean off the little bit that's on the deck here, and then rinse it, and I'm going back to paint it. Go into these lumber yards, and this is what I'm talking about. You go into these lumber yards, and they have stock up the fucking yin-yang and no customers, but they don't want to give you a discount on the price. It's backwards. It should be, we have no business, let us give you a good price for the materials. But it doesn't work like that here in the Philippines. We have no business, so we'll double the profit margin and not sell anything rather than reduce the profit margin and sell something. It doesn't make any sense. And I won't do business like that. The fucking price of steel, 30% up, and there is no steel, there's no sales. So how does that profit anybody? It profits when the few sales they make, they get extra profit. But here I'm gonna I'll keep my word. I'll buy the whole shit and caboodle from the guy, but he got to give me a good price from the get-go. And he sets you up, too. He thinks he's fucking setting you up for the first time. This is the funny thing. I told him the other day, how much for the steel? And this is how these fucking guys set you up. Not just here in the Philippines, but in America. Oh, you don't want to buy steel from me. And I probably don't. But that's a sales pitch. He's setting you up to pay double. When he says you don't want to buy it from me, you want to try to get it from someplace else, and you say, how much is it? That's the hook. That's the hook. They don't do it the same way a good salesman in America does it, but it's the hook. You don't want to buy it from me. You say, yeah, how much is it? They're halfway there to shoving it in. That's the truth. Okie dokie. All right, that's done. One more pass on the bottom. Yeah, they're funny, these fucking people here, I'll tell you that. They have you at a disadvantage in some ways because they have what you want. But you also have what they want. Money. I hear the water dripping. I hear it now. Don't worry about that. Okay, the brush is clean, the bucket's clean, the other bucket is ready, the soapy water is made. I have to put the head and shoulders on my arms again because I washed it all off. And then I start painting. I'll shut the water off. This is the metal stanchion that holds up the 1908 wheelbarrow. It's made out of 3/16 gun steel. And this is going to get a coat of red lead on it today. Do I still have the tablet working? Or am I talking to the fucking universe again? Okay, the sun is gone for a few minutes. Let me read the comments. I'm reading the comments. Louis Pagan Ponce, I'll get to your question momentarily. I don't know, Ed Lippett. You can report his fucking shows. There's a lot of rules, Ed Lippett. One of them are you have to mention a guy's name. So if he mentioned your name, first and last name, then you might be able to get the show taken down, but there's also a requirement. The motherfucker, this motherfucking sneaky scumbag cocksucker, he'll say he didn't say it if his face isn't in the show. That's another requirement. What does it, all right, so Louis, what does it cost to ship a Connex shipping container to the Philippines? Do they charge you by weight or content or what it's worth or both? 20 foot versus 40 foot. You pay taxes on estimated value of the content. The shipping charge for a container, fucking really hard to say, Louis, because it used to be easy to ship household goods. It's not easy anymore. I had to go to 15 different shippers, and the one I got fucked me, the one in New Jersey. So getting a household shipment to the Philippines is hard. It's going to cost roughly $7,000. Now, if you're ready to come to the Philippines with a container, I will give you whatever leads I have for that. But the container is roughly $7,000. And here's how it works. You can't use your own container, so you got to use their container. The shipping fee from America to the Philippines for the truck that comes to pick the container up, it's $250 per hour. They give you 3 hours, but it could take 10 hours to load it. So that's $1,400 that's going to cost you. Plus the men to load it at $50 an hour for 10 hours. That's another $2,000. So you're into it for $3,500 just to get the container loaded in front of your house. Then the shipping fee is only $4,000. So that's $7,500. When it hits the dock in the Philippines, you have to have an NBI clearance and a tax number. If you don't, it sits on the dock at about $60 a day. That's what happened to me because my broke, the law was new. And the broker didn't think that the law was going to hold true to him because he fucking knew everybody in the port. Everybody except who he needed to know, he knew. And it cost me an extra almost $4,000 total. So it went from 7.5 to 12.5. But when you get into the Philippines, if you need a cargo container to store it in, now you're going to spend another $3,000 for a decent cargo container. So you're up to 15.5. However, you got to get the cargo container from Cebu to Bohol. That is 45,000 pesos, or another 1,000 for the truck to bring it to Bohol. So 15.5, 16.5, and then you have to pay men to empty the container out from the truck from America, from the ship that came to the Philippines, and you have to put it in your new cargo container, and that'll cost you like another $500. So you're looking at $18,000. And you have to find a cargo container. They're not easy to find. So it's about $18,000 for the container. Okay, about $18,000 will get a cargo container to the Philippines. The cans went from in America, the cans used to cost $600 brand new, and they'd throw them at you all day. But here in the Philippines, a decent container costs $3,000 fucking dollars. Okay, so I'm gonna plug this in. I'll shut the water off. I'm gonna get the fan, and then after I get the fan, I'm gonna put the fan on so that it blows away from you. I'm gonna put the fan on so it blows away from me. Although the wind just picked up, I don't know that I need that fan now. I think I'm gonna pass on the fan. Yeah, the wind just picked up really nice. I don't need the fan now. Slimy little cocksucker saying to Jack that his daughter was his girlfriend. Let me tell you something, you slimy motherfucker. How would you like it if someone said that to you about your daughter? Here is the wheel from the 1908 wheelbarrow. It's riveted. These are called spokes. This is the rim. It's a 2-inch wide, solid 5/16 metal, gun steel. The spokes are forged into the gun steel rim. Forged. You could see them. They're pressed under. They're probably put together while it's all red hot. Then they have a metal plate that forms around the spokes. It's pressed underneath like 100 tons of pressure, and then the rivets are put in and riveted down. Inside here is an axle, and inside here is full of grease, or it should be. It is now. And it will be again. Now this wheel comes apart. The axle comes out. So I'm going to show you how that works and where you put the grease. So it screws off the top here. Screwed off the top. The axle comes out, and inside here there's a grease well. See, the axle has grease on it, that shiny black stuff. So inside here is hollow in here. And you put grease on this axle, put it in, and then screw on your mounts. Now you don't have to put grease in there, but it's a better way. You can just continually put every morning or once a week. You can just put old engine oil on there. That works too. Now bear in mind, this is 112 years old, and I'm moving these parts around, screws around with my finger. That's how good this steel is. This is gun steel. So this has already been needle scaled down. All the cement is off of here, and so I'll fill up these areas here with red lead. First coat, red lead. Second coat, red lead. And then after that, it'll be yellow. This is a wheelbarrow that has a metal band. You can use it on dirt, hard dirt. That's what it was made for. You could use it on soft dirt. It wasn't made for that, but you can use it with a light load in the wheelbarrow. But this is 112 years old, and it's still together, which means it's good steel. This is going to get red leaded. Yo, get all your friends. Get everybody over here. Get everybody over here. Go get your friends. All. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the children help me unfold that. Get your friends. Everybody, come. I'm going to have the children help me unfoil that white tarpaulin, because they can all grab a piece. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. You guys want candy? Yeah. Okay, you're going to help me for 2 minutes. You will help me do some goodbye bravo. Okay? 1 minute. I got to get the keys. Hold on. 1 minute. Guys, you pull that out. Pull the fence out. Take it out that way, all the way, all the way. Okay, I'm going to turn the camera around so you can watch the little fellas work. No, outside, Palihog, outside. Salamat. Outside. Okay. Okay. Don't get off of there. Get off of there. Okay, let's take this over there. Probably over there. Yeah. Okay, come on. Come on out of there. Okay. First of all, where's my high five? Where's my high five? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, there's my high five. Wait, I have to get the machine. 1 minute. Show you how the little fellas help me. You want to say hello? Mein Bunta. Okay. All right, so we're all gonna work together. Come on, girls. Come on over here. Come on, over there. Let's see. Okay, let's go out here. Out here. Out. Here, grab. Take a piece. Everybody take a piece. Grab. Out. 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 Everybody get a piece. Come on over here, buddy. Come on. Help. Come on, amigo. Let's look at this. They know. All right, we're gonna go over there. You go over there. Okay. Everybody grab and everybody shake. Shake. Saka nao. Saka nao. Saka nao. Saka nao. Saka nao. All right. Okay, now you, amigo, you give me that end. Over here. All right. And you bring that end over there. Very nice. Okay. Now we're shaking again. Let's shake it again. Come on. Saka nao. Saka nao. Saka nao. Okay. All right. Hold, you come here. Hold this. Hold that for 1 minute. Hold it. I'll be right back. I got to get a brush. There's some dirt. The best part of the day, yeah, free labor. Not quite free labor, but it's fun labor. Let's call it fun labor. Okay, I'm gonna brush the mic, and then we're gonna, hello amigo, my hop on. Come on over there. Hello. You grab that, Hollywood. Okay, let me look at the bottom. I think the bottom is okay. All right, here, you come around this way. 1 minute. Come around over here. No, you, Saka. You, Saka. You go over this way. Toyo. Ready? All right. Okay, you grab. Everybody grab. Grab. Yeah, baby. Okay? Now we're going to take, amigo, you're going to go over there. Let's fold it up. Let's fold it. Oh, look at that. He's speaking English. Okay. Then, now we're going to fold it this way. Yeah, baby. Oh, this is going to require a lot of effort here. Oh, you've done this before. This is not the first time you've done this. I can see that. You're good at this. Okay, one more time. All right, now. Okay, let's get. Okay, let me get you some pasaluban, yeah? All right. Pasaluban. I missed you. I didn't get you. Come on over here, buddy. All right. You stay here. Amigo, over there. Okay.
I don't want to make a freezing.
Yeah, baby, you're on YouTube. Okay, so for the work, for the trabajo that you did trabajo, how many pieces of candy today?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 people. But how many, 8, how many pieces of candy? You did work today. How many extra pieces? Pila?
4.
4? Opat. You want opat pieces of candy? That's okay? Okay. Opat for you too? Okay, which do you wish? Do you wish green?
10.
I'm going to give you 10.
Five.
I'm going to give you 5 and 5.
5.
5 and 5, 10. 5. 5. All right, so which do you wish, yellow or green?
Yellow.
Okay.
Yellow.
Okay, you get opat. Thank you. Salamat.
Thank you.
And you, amiga, come over here. Come on over here. Come on over here. Wait. Come on over here. You stand over there. Polyhook back up. Gamai. Stand. No. Yeah. You stay there. You got yours. You got. Okay. Now, amiga, come. You want green, yellow, or blue? Green. Okay. Doha and Doha. Okay. Give me 5. Okay. All right. You, amigo. What color? What color? Green or yellow? Yellow. Okay. Opat, yeah? Stand over there so the people don't block. Oh, God. Opat. Thank you. Salamat. Okay. Go solid over there. Now you, next. What color? Blue, green, or yellow? Green. 1, 2, 3. 3 greens for you. 1. Okay. Hey. Thank you. And you? All right, you come over here. What color?
White and yellow.
Okay. You? Hey. 5. Okay. And you? Yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opat. Hey. What do you say? Yeah. And you?
Yellow and green.
The high green?
Yellow.
The high yellow. And you? 5. And you? You got? Okay. And you? What color? All yellow? Oh, sorry. 1 more, yeah? Okay, come on over here. Hey, say, thank you. I thank you very much. Salamat. Amping. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you, Kapitan.
Okay, amigos. You keep. Okay? Thank you. Ay, sa pa yan. I hope the machine is still on. Now that would have taken me at least an hour by myself. And, all right, it's still on. That's nice. That would have taken me at least an hour. $18,000 is a good price. You'd have to use the. Oh, wait a second. That was $18,000 plus. Okay, there's two ways you can do this. I can't explain one of the ways. It's a little bit unorthodox, but it works here in the Philippines. It is also $2,500 for the broker to bring it into Cebu. So it's $20,000 for the can. Plus your time to go to Cebu back and forth. My mistake. $20,000 per can. By the time you get the can here, buy another can, take the stuff out of the can here, put it in there. $2,500 for the broker. And that would have been $2,500 for the first can, $1,000 for the second can. So $3,500 for 2 cans. Okay, I'm getting down to the bottom here, almost. Starting to fucking rain. Oh, that sucks. Pretty boy Kirkevic. No, those are my little friends. I've known most of them since they were born. Pretty boy Kirkevic. Can you even think seeing in that crazy old nut job having friendly interaction with the local kids? They would be running away. Stranger danger. I don't know. I don't know about that, but it wouldn't be far-fetched. Mr. Fazio will probably end up having one of these neighborhood kids be a construction engineer or architect based on his mentorship. I'll grab one of these kids with the help of their father, who will be on the job, and I will make him clean up only. No power tools, no machinery. I'll just make him the cleanup. If something falls on the floor or he's got to get nails or something like that, I know which one of those children will be my apprentice. Outstanding, Mike. John escaped the Pope of Bahal. You guys, that scumbag couldn't get fucking 3 people to do anything.